Right here, it's just click the, yep.
It should be the big,
Just the big one.
Yeah.
Okay.
should be the big.
Thank you. You're welcome.
You got it all. And got other fucking place. I get just get. And then jump over. I've been done.
Sadly, the German's not my rep anymore. But I'm still gonna call in. That's fine. No, that's so long ago. You might be here till 1 in the morning. I know. So my part should be a little small.
You doing? Yes. Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice. Update you now.
I'm back. I'm back. To the beginning. But I feel like. Big time. Well, I did this one.
Yeah.
That's why I'm over here, right? Right.
Hi, neighbor. You're on my agenda.
Yeah, it's still, the hope is taking the right. It's a little, yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
No, so that is and that's gonna take off.
Crazy. One day we'll catch up.
You're good. We also. Because.
So. And then. Yes. So pull it up.
I'm sorry. I'm not very sure. Can I grab you after the meeting for 2 minutes? 2 minutes after the meeting?
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Lau, right? Yeah, good to see you. Yeah, sure. Do the best I can. Yep. If this is approved on consent, on the first vote, as you can see, I don't expect to be ready to pull off. So it'll be approved. So some people just don't want to come. That's for 7 weeks. So you want to do that. So if it gets passed on consent, I should have access to get my. One last administrative step. $5 before the application. So you gotta do that one last step. So if it's approved tonight, send us a check. And then we'll get it on the next month's agenda. And then once it's published, you're gonna get one last step. Just because that's like, because they. Yes, but. The next month.
Right. Right.
Yeah. So, and you don't need to track it. You don't need to. You don't need to come to next month's meeting. Just send us $105 and then she, Janet publishes it. Yeah, and business license one to get that order. Okay, well, you can apply for it, and then when it comes to my staff to review, this business license has that one check box. We'll say, okay, so it's your application. So you can apply. You get a roll. Yeah, you get a roll. Yeah, sure, no problem.
Oh, that was from, that was from, yeah, that was, no, that was at Washington. Yeah. So we've done, copies of, this is Washington.
Hey, Gunner.
Yeah.
We did, I mean, we did, markets today, look past today, all of the 2 day things. And, yeah, and so, you know, what goes to that? You mean, you know, we're giving it with a half hour. It is, yeah. He's gonna be here, yeah.
Good evening, everyone. Today is November 30th, 2023, and this is your Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas Full Commission meeting, which includes the planning and zoning portion as well as our regular session. Before I call this meeting to order, I want to announce that some commissioners, staff, and the public are attending remotely, also by Zoom, and they may be on phone, or they also may be on site. All participants joining by phone, please mute your phones at this time, so to avoid any background noise when you're not speaking. During the meeting, please make sure that you announce yourself by name and title every time that you're allowed to speak, so that the public that is observing knows exactly who is speaking. This is critical given the number of remote participants and is current guidance from our Kansas Attorney General's office. And when you do speak, make sure that you speak clearly and at a tone that's at a level to where you can be heard for those that may be within sight and sound or further, so that your comments can be captured by our clerk for record. I will now call this meeting to order. Clerk, roll call, please.
Roll call. Bynum? Here. Burrows?
Here.
Townsend? We have an absence memo. McKiernan? We have an absence memo. Ramirez?
Here.
Johnson?
Here.
Kane? Here. Markley? Here. Stites?
Here.
Davis?
Here.
Garner?
Here. Thank you, clerk. Tonight, I'm going to ask everyone to stand. We're going to have our invocation. It's going to be given by Sister Therese Bankart of Our Lady of St. Rose Catholic Church, immediately followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us lift our hearts to our God. Spirit of God, you and I looked at tonight's agenda, and it is long. Please give these commissioners your spirit energy to be attentive to these many concerns, from praising the strengths and good works of our police and fire servants, to declaring our concern about violence against women, to the planning KCK master plan, to raising concerns about the Central Avenue Bridge, and more. I pray, tender God, for these leaders and those who will present to them the wisdom to be a bridge between the community of Wyandotte County and the decisions that will be made here this evening. Lord, on many of our heart's agenda is our desire for peace. Peace for our sisters and brothers in Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Sudan. Peace in our hearts, our home, and our community. Hear our prayer. And again, I ask, Lord, that you give these leaders a strong dose of your Spirit's wisdom, that their decisions may be for the common good, for your glory, and the care of your people. I pray in Jesus's name, and the community says, amen, amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk, are there any revisions to tonight's agenda?
Yes, Mayor, there is a change in order. Under the planning and zoning non-consent agenda, item number A2, SP 2023-042, Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries will be heard as the first item on the non-consent agenda. Those are the only changes.
Thank you, and thank you, Sister Sharice, for that notification. That takes us to the mayor agenda, and the first item on the mayor's agenda is the recognitions of officers of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. There's a lot that has been said since I've been mayor about our police department. And we have men and women outside right now keeping this community safe. They do a great job of keeping this community safe. Oftentimes missing events with their family, their loved ones, their children, working 24/7 on the streets with grave dangers, doing things that a lot of us would not want to do, that we pay them to do. They don't walk and shy away from gunfire, they walk into it. They do things that really inspire the hope that we have of a free society. And without them, we could not have our American society. When you look at the leadership of Chief Oakman and what he's done, when you talk about diversity, inclusion, outreach to the community, embracing 21st century policing principles. When you look at the work of the men and women under his leadership, take your pick from our detectives, to our patrol officers, to our victim services professionals, to our administrative professionals, men and women throughout the organization, be it dispatch or otherwise, doing things in the service of this community. And I can say that good work is being done. There's a lot of negativity towards law enforcement today. And it does not do our police department, our community, or our society justice when we try and paint a broad brush over the good work of the police officers, of the good police officers doing good work every day, that come out here and sacrifice and not knowing when they come to their roll calls every day whether they're going to go home to see their families. And they took that oath and that call to action to keep our community safe and to do so honorably. And we need to recognize those good officers. We need not forget those good officers that are doing good work. And we should not vilify police departments and the officers that are doing good work in our communities. And I reject those people that do. I reject those people that do. And we know they're doing good work because we have a police department under the leadership of Chief Oakman that has brought this department in our community to a 9-year historic lows in violent crime. That's good work. When you talk about the initiatives of engaging with our community, embracing those 21st century policing principles that I talked about, bringing police and community together unlike we've seen in a long time, that's good police work. When you talk about saving people's lives by addressing fentanyl and those peddlers of that poison, that deadly poison in our community, that's good police work. When you look at a homicide solvability rate, at one point that was 100% solvability rate. Record here in Kansas City, Kansas, under the leadership of Chief Oakman, the detectives and the men and women of this police department doing that good work. You talk to any of those families, some of them are not sleeping great, but they're sleeping a little easier because they know that those homicides have been solved. Every category of violent crime has been reduced, and they've done so not being fully staffed. Not being fully staffed. And so it's with great honor and pride for me to recognize the good officers that are doing good work under the leadership of probably one of the best chiefs you'll find anywhere, right here in Kansas City, Kansas, doing great things of creating a great and safe and livable Wyandotte, or at least Kansas City, Kansas, for our residents. And that's what we need to champion. That's what we need to recognize. And we need to reject those voices that try and say that our police department and those good men and women are anything other than doing what is honorable and necessary to keep our community safe. And with that being said, it's my honor and pleasure to recognize officers that have went above and beyond the call of duty and have just been recognized here locally. And I'm not going to steal the thunder from that, but I'll let our clerk read that highlight. Clerk, could you start that?
Thank you. On April 5th, 2023, at 15:17 hours, officers with the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department were conducting an undercover narcotics buy of a large amount of fentanyl. On this day, the KCK Special Operations Unit and the KCK Narcotics Unit were conducting a takedown of these suspected drug dealers. Past narcotic buys with these suspects have shown them to be heavily armed. The suspects backed into a parking spot where members of the KCK SOU unit blocked them in an unmarked van. Before the van was even in position, the suspects opened up on the police van with full automatic rifle fire, striking multiple officers. All three suspects were also struck by returning gunfire and were taken into custody. The following is a list of the heroic actions that day. Sergeant Glenn Carter. Sergeant Carter, after being hit several times in the neck and arm, was able to exit the van and provide return fire back at the suspects. While in the midst of a barrage of gunfire and after being critically wounded, he was still firing several magazines back at the suspect, along with giving commands to other officers. It was only after expending most of his ammunition, he realized his injuries were critical and was evacuated from the scene. Officer Chris Blake. Officer Blake was driving the undercover van this day, and upon taking fire, he was able to draw his own weapon and return fire through the windshield back at the suspects. While engaged in a face-to-face shootout, he was struck in the head. After being struck, he continued fighting for several more seconds until he was able to exit the vehicle. Other officers provided care for him, and he was quickly evacuated from the ongoing firefight. Officer Wesley Lundgren. Officer Lundgren exited the van and was immediately hit in the hip. While wounded, he managed to deliver a volume of fire back at the suspect's vehicle with his rifle. This counterfire was crucial to neutralizing the suspects. After seeing Officer Blake exit the vehicle with an obvious head injury, he placed himself in the line of fire to provide protection to Officer Blake. Only after realizing he too was wounded did he pass along his rifle and move to the evacuation vehicle. Officer Chad Shore. Officer Shore was also in the van upon taking fire and received a bullet fragment in his head. He was able to exit the van and return fire back at the suspects. He quickly moved to a position of advantage to the side of the suspect vehicle and provided additional return fire from this location. Upon seeing Sergeant Carter injured, he provided life-saving measures to him and made sure he was evacuated. After Sergeant Carter's evacuation, Officer Shore took command of the scene, gave tactical guidance to the officers left, and coordinated additional responding resources. His willingness to step up and provide leadership was instrumental to the success of the incident. Officer Greg Haynes. Officer Haynes was also in the van and took bullet fragmentation to his face. He was quickly able to return fire back at the suspects, then exited the van and provided care for the other wounded officers. After taking Officer Lundgren's rifle, he provided covering fire as the wounded were loaded up and taken away from the scene. Officer Robert Twitchell. Officer Twitchell was designated as a marked vehicle and arrived in the parking lot with his light and siren on just as the automatic gunfire was erupting. He drove his vehicle to the driver's door of the suspect, preventing their escape. He then drew his pistol and returned fire back at the suspects through his windshield. After exiting his vehicle, he retrieved a ballistic shield from his car and passed it to exposed officers still by the van. Officer Chad Williams. Officer Williams was designated as a marked vehicle and entered the lot as the gunfire was erupting. He exited his vehicle and took up a position of advantage against the suspects. Quickly, upon seeing the critical wounded officers, he exposed himself to danger by entering back into his vehicle. He repositioned it to load up both Officer Lundgren and Blake, then drove them to the hospital. Officer Engel Silvestri. Officer Silvestre is assigned to the KCK Narcotics Unit and was present when the buy took place. When the SOU officers took fire, he immediately ran towards the gunfire to provide assistance to the downed officers. He took up a cover position near Officer Shore, which allowed Officer Shore to provide first aid to Sergeant Carter. Officer Sylvester was under threat of direct fire, escorted Sergeant Carter to his unmarked police vehicle and drove him to the hospital. Detective Jamie Miller. Detective Miller is assigned to the KCK Narcotics Unit and was observing the takedown when the gunfire erupted. Without hesitation or cover, Detective Miller ran toward the injured officers, exposing himself to the suspects. He was instrumental in providing cover and assistance to the officers when they needed it most. These officers showed the highest levels of dedication, proficiency, and courage while performing their duties. These officers' actions helped take 3 extremely dangerous fentanyl dealers off the street. At this time, if Sergeant Carter and Officer Blake could please come forward.
Clerk as well as the chief
Chief, if you'll
And the-
join them,
and the command staff, deputy chief.
and command staff.
I'd like to say as they're coming up,
In the front.
this chief has done a real good job of bringing reforms that were necessary, diversity that was necessary, as well as community collaborations that has brought about the historic reduction in crime. The police department is only as good as the information and the support that they get from this community. And for all those individuals, wherever they may be, far and wide, that want to vilify the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department, I ask for you to take pause. And just like you want to go out and throw shade at this police department, I challenge you to come out and ride and experience the good work that the good, and I want to stress the good men and women of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department do every single day. And those good officers represent the overwhelming majority of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. They risk their lives and they put their lives on the line every day. And they sacrifice in ways that some of you will never even begin to even recognize. So I challenge you to come and experience and learn and educate yourselves on the good things going on with this police department through this leadership of our chief, this command staff, and the hard work of the men and women that keep this community safe. And I'll say it again, I reject any voices out there that want to continue vilifying with a broad brush the good work of the men and women of the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department. This is right, yes. As such, if you would announce the special announcement.
Yes. As a result of their heroic actions, Mayor Garner has issued a proclamation for Office of the Year, which I will now read. Proclamation, whereas on April 5th, 2023 at 15:17 hours, officers within the Kansas City, Kansas Police Department were conducting an undercover narcotics investigation into fentanyl distribution. On this day, the KCK Special Operations Unit and the KCK Narcotics Unit were conducting a takedown of the suspected drug dealers. And whereas the suspects were alerted to KCK PD and opened gunfire on the police, striking multiple officers. All 3 suspects were also struck by returning gunfire and were taken into custody. And whereas Sergeant Carter, after being hit several times in the neck and arm, was able to exit the van and provide return fire at the suspects. Amid a barrage of gunfire and after being critically wounded, he was still firing several magazines back at the suspect, along with giving commands to other officers. And whereas Officer Blake was driving the undercover van that day, and upon taking fire, he was able to draw his weapon and return fire through and during the shootout, was struck in the head. And whereas Officer Lundgren engaged in gunfire with the suspects, but was shot in the hip. This counterfire was crucial to neutralizing the suspects. After seeing Officer Blake exit the vehicle with an obvious head injury, he placed himself in the line of fire to protect Officer Blake. And whereas on November 16th, the Kansas City Metropolitan Area Chiefs and Sheriffs Association held its 52nd annual Valor Award ceremony. And whereas Sergeant Glenn Carter, Officer Chris Blake, and Officer Wesley Lundgren, as a result of their heroism, were each named Officer of the Year, the most prestigious recognition award granted. Now therefore, I, Tyrone Garner, Mayor, CEO of the Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, do hereby proclaim November 30th, 2023 as KCKPD Officers of the Year Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas, and urge all citizens to recognize KCKPD Officers of the Year Day.
Thank you all so much. And thanks again to our Officers of the Year, as well as Chief Oakman and all the good men and women doing great work here in Kansas City, Kansas. Keep us safe. That takes us to item number 2, which is recognition of the Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department. Last year, I started a gingerbread contest at the Mayor's Christmas tree lighting. And last year's winner of that gingerbread contest was Municipal Court. They came in a close second this year. But the thing that won me over when I had to make the selection was the fire department actually had lights that worked on their gingerbread. And so, Chief, if you can come up with the 2 young ladies that put that together. And if one of my staff members can maybe display that the house. So I'm proud to announce that this year's winner, there go the lights. They work. This year's winner is the Kansas City, Kansas Fire Department, and these 2 awesome young ladies spent some time really putting together per the rules that amazing gingerbread house. So it's an honor for me to be able to announce that and to grant you that golden gingerbread man that you see. So.
Mayor, that was one of our great paramedics, Mallory Super, and the other young lady, Miss Littlefield, is one of our fire prevention inspection officers. So it's quite an honor to see them getting some recognition this evening.
Don't go too far. Do either one of you want to have comments or something to say? There you go. All right. All right. Merry Christmas. Okay, awesome. This year, we also recognized a community member. We reached out to our MBRs and our livable neighborhoods folks. And this year's winner, if Miss Tommy, she is the executive director for the Downtown Shareholders. Yes. And the Downtown Shareholders this is their first year representing the community with their gingerbread house. And she is the recipient and the winner. And there were funds that were generated from donations to the mayor's Christmas tree lighting. For all of you that don't know, the unified government doesn't spend any tax dollars for the mayor's Christmas tree lighting. Historically, the Christmas tree lighting is mostly funded through donations that are given through the Downtown Shareholder who operates as the fiduciary. So thank you and congratulations for winning, and please have some words.
Thank you so much. Downtown Shareholders is honored to be part of this event and help raise the money to put on this amazing event. Thank you.
All right, thank you all again. That takes us to the third item, which is a presentation on the Central Avenue Bridge. Representative Pam Curtis, she'll be starting off the presentation to our commission, and I'll allow her to make her presentation, her assessments, and her recommendation to the full body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, commissioners and county administrator and everybody here with us this evening. I appreciate this opportunity to come and talk to you about the Central Avenue Bridge. So I'm Pam Curtis. I'm a KCK resident, and I also serve as the state representative for the Kansas House District 32, which includes the area that includes the Central Avenue Bridge. So multiple contemporaneous bridge closures around Wyandotte County, including the Central Avenue Bridge, have highlighted to residents just how vulnerable and important our infrastructure is in KCK. While KCK has more bridges than other communities our size, we also have a set of unique challenges that make those bridges necessary for residents to move efficiently around the county and region, and also for commerce. We're a major railroad hub for the United States, sitting at the confluence of two major rivers, one of which is a state line. All of these factors make our bridges critically important. The vast majority of residents and businesses that I have heard from support a plan that repairs and replaces the Central Avenue Bridge. So why is the Central Avenue Bridge so important? It is a gateway to our city. It provides an essential bi-state connection. It is a main artery from West Bottoms and the James Street Central Industrial area. It provides access to small businesses along Central Avenue, Strawberry Hill, and our downtown area. It is the route that our residents have used for decades to get to work, to medical appointments, to essential services, to visit family and friends. It is also the route that many local businesses depend on to move goods and services. The Central Avenue Bridge connects KCK to the region and to the greater community. Historically speaking, the Central Avenue Bridge has provided an important river crossing since the early 1900s. The double-deck bridge was constructed in 1918 to replace the original bridge that was destroyed in the 1903 flood. The portion of the Central Avenue Bridge that crosses over I-70 and the Union Pacific Railroad is state-owned. And KDOT is moving forward with their project to replace this portion of the bridge, which has exceeded its useful life. The portion of the Central Avenue Bridge that extends further to the east, connecting Central Avenue to James Street, is locally owned and under the jurisdiction of the unified government. As part of our presentation tonight, we have with us Stephen Cross from KDOT and Gerald Russell with the project team to give us a quick update about the KDOT Central Avenue Bridge project, which has prompted this larger discussion. Following that, we will hear from Senator Pat Petty that is going to talk about some of the state resources that may be able to help. And then we will hear from some business owners and residents about the importance of the bridge. So at this time, I would like to call up Stephen Cross and Gerald Russell to just give a quick update about the KDOT project on the bridge.
Hello, I'm Stephen Cross. I'm with KDOT, and we'll be talking about as it's already mentioned, we'll be talking about basically our bridge, which you can actually see up on the screen there. It's the section that's in yellow, and the blue area is the ramps. We're going to give you a little bit of a project overview, and then we'll jump in, and Jared's going to take over and talk to you about what we've done to date on our project and some of the things that are up and coming. So currently, we're in what's called a discovery phase. And so for KDOT, a discovery phase is we look at the project and we basically try to get as many inputs as possible, try to come up with some sort of recommendation on how do we reconstruct this bridge? And as you all know, this is a very complicated intersection. So KDOT's hired Benish as a company to look at this bridge. We're looking at, we've had a couple of public meetings where we've met with people and talked about access issues, how to carry traffic through construction, things like that. So part of the discovery phase is to get all that information and try to come up with a recommendation on, hey, this is the way we want to reconstruct this. So if you look on your handouts on the third page there's a little bit of a timeline. The discovery phase that I'm talking about right now is scheduled to be completed in September of 2024. So we have a little less than a year to complete that. At that time, there'll be a report that's published, and we'll have those findings and some sort of recommendation that we can take on to the next phase, which would be our what we call a preliminary engineering phase. And that's where the designers really take the details and start digging into what we can actually do with the bridge, how we're going to construct it, stuff like that. And then that moves us into a final design phase, which basically we get the project ready to be advertised for construction letting. We're anticipating the letting to be late of 2028 is our goal. And so with that, that's a little bit of the timeline. I'll open it up to Jared. I'll turn it over to Jared, and he'll talk to you a little bit about more of the project details. And then we'll stick around for a little bit. If you guys have questions or concerns, comments, we'll be happy to hear those. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Commissioners, Mayor. Like Stephen said, this is in what's called the discovery phase portion of this project. So it's investigative. We're looking at alternative layouts, sections, things that make the most sense for KDOT's replacement structure. As you can see on the screen, like Stephen explained and Representative Curtis, KDOT's portion is owned and maintained there in the yellow. The 670 ramps tie into the KDOT portion. And as you move to the east and crossing the river, this is the UG owned and maintained portion of Central Avenue. The only delineator out in the field you would notice would be an expansion joint right there at the eastern edge of the yellow portion of the structure. Otherwise, when you're out in the field, you would not have any idea the distinction between the KDOT owned and the UG owned portion. Some of the major points of our discovery phase are going to include identifying conflicts, namely utilities, railroad coordination, as well as finding a way to maintain traffic through this area during construction. For those who are familiar with the project site, the businesses down below around the 3rd Street area The ramp shadowed by the 670 flyover is about their only way in and out for vehicular traffic, which then connects to I-70. And so evaluating constructability methods, finding a way to maintain traffic during construction is a high point here in this discovery phase. The items we've completed to date include a topographic survey of the project site. We've held 2 public meetings to explain, again, the purpose and the need of this project to those interested in attending those meetings, as well as we just completed some repairs to the interstate median for anyone who traveled through that area in the past couple months. So what's next for the discovery phase? Like Stephen said, we're going to be wrapping up our report and delivering that to KDOT in September of 2024. From there, we will move into preliminary and final design phases for the engineering of the replacement structure. And as Stephen mentioned, the project will be advertised and let, for now, anticipated in 2028, but that is subject to change. So with that, that wraps up our brief overview of this KDOT project. And if there's any questions, I would urge you to point those towards Stephen with the email in your handout.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'm Senator Pat Petty, and I'm a lifelong DOT, represent the 6th District. So you've heard from Pam with the at the beginning, and also from KDOT about where this project is at this point. I'm going to just touch on the opportunities that are available mostly from federal funds to the UG, and probably this is something that staff has already dealt with, or hopefully they are dealing with. I hope that you're aware of the Kansas Infrastructure Hub. This was formed in 1920. It was formed in 2022, and it serves to connect state agencies to be a resource center for Kansas communities like Wyandotte County and Kansas City, Kansas. With the federal funds that came that were passed last year, Kansas put in place a Build Kansas Fund. It has $200 million in matching funds that will be available through 2027. That can be that for communities that apply for federal projects. They could then potentially be eligible for some of those to take the place of the matching funds that would be part of if, for example, if Kansas City, Kansas would be successful in receiving a grant, one of the federal grants. Kansas as a state will be receiving up to $4 billion in funds from the feds, and those are in multiple categories of infrastructure projects. So an applicant must first apply for federal grants under the bipartisan infrastructure law, BUILD. And once that's done, we, at the state level, we passed in the 23 omnibus budget, that one-time funding, that 200, actually it's 215 million, 200 of which is available to cities to provide direct support to communities in accessing technical support, and also to potentially help with some of those matching funds that might be required. If awarded if awarded a federal grant, a community could receive funds to meet that local match responsibilities. The state started this year accepting applications in September 15 of 2023. As you already know, the UG's regional point of contact is the Mid-America Regional Council. And so you've in the past, and we'll continue to work through them with infrastructure projects. There are 2 areas it appears to me that there are some possible grant opportunities. One is BIP, the Bridge Investment Program. Those applications were to be in by November 27th, but that has been extended to Monday for applications. And then there's RISE, which stands for Rebuilding America Infrastructure with Sustainability and Equity. And so those are two areas among the multitude of infrastructure federal grants that it looks like that we possibly could be applying for grants to help with this Central Avenue Bridge project. The state has two resources that I'm sure staff and you have looked at or would continue to look at. And one is build@kansas.gov. And that is a place where you can see what the requirements are, how to go about accessing those resources. And the other is the Build Kansas Fund and the Kansas Infrastructure Hub. So those are two areas to go to for further information. I'm sure that staff is already looking at these, but I would encourage them to look at this potential for these federal funds that will only be available through 2027. Thank you. With that, I will ask that Dana Company, Sean Hensley comes up and will share with you their project.
Hello, I'm Sean Hensley. I'm the operations manager for Dana Container. We just recently completed a $3 million project on the 402 Central on the UP yard. It's a transloading facility. We're in the process of adding another 3,000 feet of rail. We got that bid going out this week. We're located we purchased the 402 Central Avenue and we're also at 18 Central Avenue on both sides of the river. So the Central Avenue Bridge is vital to our needs. We have big plans for that central area. We're wanting to take that whole valley over from UP and turn it into a transloading facility that Kansas City can be proud of, Dana can be proud of. So just want to let you know there is very big progress and projects in mind in that area. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Holloway, and I'm here on behalf of the Historic West Bottoms Association. I'd like to read a brief letter of support. This is to Mayor Garner and the Unified Government Commissioners. This letter of support is submitted on behalf of Historic West Bottoms Association. Our association has been in existence since 1927, and our primary mission is advocacy for infrastructure needs and projects in the bi-state area known as the West Bottoms. We're writing to support the resolution to amend an existing unified government plan. The proposed change would permit and encourage the rehabilitation of the Central Avenue Bridge. This structure is an important thoroughfare for existing businesses, which are thriving and expanding. HWBA members and its board of directors and members consist of businesses and property owners from the West Bottoms. We welcome the opportunity to join the effort to reopen and rehabilitate the bridge, and if necessary, to work with local, state, and federal officials toward this objective. Historically, the West Bottoms has been an area where businesses have contributed greatly to the economy of the Kansas City metropolitan region. By connecting the Central Avenue and 9th Street corridors, the Central Avenue Bridge is a critical transportation link between commercial and industrial districts. It's also an important connection between two downtown areas, which are becoming increasingly mixed-use areas in the two Kansas cities. Reopening the bridge will facilitate this growth and allow existing businesses and area residents to take full advantage of the West Bottoms central location to our region. Our support for this change to the existing plan is wholehearted and unqualified, and we ask the Unified Government Commissioners to make this change so the important work of reopening the bridge can begin as soon as possible. And this was signed by our president, Tom Esselman. Thank you. At this point, I'd like to introduce one of our board members and former presidents, Mr. John Crumey.
Thank you, Bruce. Mayor, Commissioners, I'm John Crumey, CEO of Camdex Security Corporation. We operate our company out of our headquarters building at 10 Central Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I am a current board member, as Bruce said, of the Historic West Bottoms and the Kansas City Industrial Council. As a business and property owner on Central Avenue, the Central Avenue Bridge is an important access point to receive inventory shipments multiple times per day and to the dispatch of our installation and service vehicles to all parts of the city and beyond. We've been headquartered on Central Avenue for over 30 years. We have seen more positive changes and investments in the HWB in the past 7 to 10 years than any time in our previous history. Our residential community is growing exponentially with the construction of new apartments and the regentrification of historic warehouse buildings that have been repurposed for residential life. The Rock Island Bridge construction project is underway with plans to open at the latest early next summer. As I'm told by my friend Mike Zeller, the developer of the Rock Island Bridge, it could even be the spring of 2024. Plans are underway for the development of the riverfront along the Kaw River to complement the Rock Island Bridge project. Each weekend, youth sports tournaments are being played at the Hy-Vee Arena. Those tournaments comprise teams coming from all over the Midwest. All of that area, all of that arena traffic does not come necessarily from St. Louis and points east. That's what makes the Central Avenue Bridge on the west so important to us. Samara Road, the commercial real estate investment and development firm headquartered in New York, has purchased a large tract in the historic West Bottoms with plans to significantly change the landscape of the HWB. There are numerous small businesses and property owners like myself who are investing and making their presence known in the historic West Bottoms. As you can see, the vehicular traffic and total people count will continue to grow in our area and community. We need the Central Avenue Bridge to enhance the access to our area. The unified government, Kansas City, Kansas, is an important part of the historic West Bottoms. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the Central Avenue Bridge. We respectfully request that the commissioners do not vote to dismantle the Central Avenue Bridge, but to follow a plan and formulate that plan with the federal government, as was mentioned tonight, state of Kansas, to rebuild the Central Avenue Bridge. Thank you for your time and your interest in this important matter.
And at this point, we're going to change our focus just a little bit to some of the business owners along our Central Avenue corridor. We heard from some of our businesses in James Street area. And so look at the other side of the bridge. So if I could have those business owners come forward and we will hear from them.
My name is Edgar Galicia. I represent Central Avenue Betterment Association, and I work in the whole area in Kansas City, Kansas, central area that goes from I-70 to the east to all the way to 635 to the west, and it goes from I-70 on the south all the way to State Avenue on the north. And all of these businesses, all of these residents connect to the downtown Kansas City, Missouri area, to the West Bottoms through only 3 points. The Central Avenue Bridge is the center connector, but then we have I-70 on State Avenue, and then we also have 70th Street to the Armadale area. Kansas Avenue Bridge is closed, and so that is also a challenge. We are being really closed by, we're becoming an island, but all of our residents and businesses are really depending on all of these opening and keeping it going. We did a survey of up to 20 businesses on the Central Avenue. And we talked to large business, popular business, and very small businesses throughout the time that the bridge was closed. The construction took over and we couldn't get access from 670. So the larger businesses lost between 10 and 17% of business, 10 to 17%, which to the most popular businesses, that meant about 45 to 50 $1,000 a month. So the bridge closed for, somewhere around 2 months. That's quite a bit of income that our businesses lost. The smaller businesses, though, they lost even more in percentage. They lost between 23 and 35% of their monthly sales. And that represents somewhere in the $25,000 to $40,000 a month sales. And so that really hurts them. Places like the balloon shop, which is a very specialty business that competes with Hobby Lobby and all of these giant businesses, hurt the most. Their loss was $40,000 during the whole period that the bridge was closed. And they had to resort to other strategies, like the family that owns that building and owns the business, look for a different business to try to continue their operation. These businesses between 6th Street or 5th Street to 10th Street, all of them lost business. And then from 10th Street to 18th Street on Central, the challenge were different. And it changed the whole perspective. But the businesses between 6th Street and 10th Street, they all lost business throughout the construction. Yes, we all talk about the development that is going on in the Kansas River, and we need that connectivity. Definitely, we need it. We're looking to large projects, yes, like the Rock Island Bridge, but we're looking at farther than that. Yes, all of this development is happening, and if we're not connected to it, the other side of the river is going to take care of and is going to maximize their opportunities. But we're looking to social work, social spaces, community spaces, small business spaces in all of that development, and all of that to come across the bridge to the central area. So we hope and we ask that you rebuild this bridge and do not take it down. Thank you. I'll ask now for Laura Soma from Chicago's Bar.
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, and everyone in attendance. My name is Laura Suma, and my husband and I own Chicago's as well as property at 526, 530 Central, and North 6th Street as well. I also grew up here on Strawberry Hill, and throughout my lifetime, the housing and business economy has seen its share of struggles in downtown Kansas City, Kansas. It is not until the last several years that we have really seen organic growth in a big way. We finally have momentum and really need to lean into that. We do lack local density, so in order for us to sustain our business's growth, it is imperative for our community and customers to have easy access from other areas of the metropolitan. With all of the money being invested in the West Bottoms new developments, including money Wyandotte County is investing in the Rock Island Bridge project, we need to make sure there is a main throughway to connect us so we can continue to be a part of that growth. Central Avenue and Minnesota Avenue are our two main entrances into downtown. The Central Avenue Bridge is a major artery into the heart of the community. And since February of 2021, I cannot count how many customers and members of the community have asked about the Central Avenue Bridge and when it will be reopened, as so many of us have used it for decades. It would be a major asset for us to be able to seek federal funding to help assist in reopening this transportation avenue. The cost to us as a county from keeping the bridge closed is missed tax revenue. If our businesses are thriving, we increase our tax contributions, and we have a very hard time attracting more business and new investment if we are hard to reach. Chicago's is one of the first things you see when you enter downtown on Central, and we do have grand plans for our little corner, but we are waiting to see if and how the I-70 and Central Avenue Bridge issue are resolved before we invest more money into developing. Without access to the bridge and I-70, we are landlocked, and it does greatly affect business. When the I-70 ramp was closed in September and October, we saw a decline in business because of it. With all the development of old bridges, we wonder if down the road there could be hope in utilizing the beautiful historic bottom section of the bridge built in 1918. It could have great potential, you never know. The bottom portion is our history and the top portion is our future. We hope you strongly consider plans to reopen the bridge. Thank you so much.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity here. My name is Mike Pierce. Along with my brother Joe, we own and operate Slaps Barbecue at 553 Central. A lot of great things have been said tonight. A lot of them in duplicate for what I'm going to say. I think I've made these comments before, that it's hard enough in this community to get people to cross a river. We have massive geographic divides if you're coming from the north or coming from the south. People can be 5 minutes away in North Kansas City and say, I'm not going south of the river. They can be in downtown Kansas City and say, I'm not crossing our river to come this way. I don't know if that's something we can change, but making it easy for people to cross the river is important. We're simple creatures, and if it's complicated, they're not going to do it. And so keeping that bridge open for that reason is a big deal for us. I'm going to talk about West Bottoms here in a second, but I want to talk about downtown KCMO. We want to be connected to downtown KCMO, right? We get tons of customers that come from downtown Kansas City, Missouri, and we know tons of people in KCK that go over there. If I have to get on a highway, I'm leaving my neighborhood. If I have to just juke around some streets and hit a couple stop signs and a couple stoplights, I feel like I'm staying in the same community. And that's another reason why the bridge should stay open. It connects us. It makes it part of our neighborhood. Although it may be 3, 4, 5 miles away, it keeps us connected. And the West Bottoms, talk about neighbors, they are a critical source for us, right? They tons of people that are down there on the weekends and in the evenings are coming up. There's great eateries and bars down there. We want them to feel comfortable coming across. And again, if they have to get on the highway to do that, they're not supporting us. And likewise, we're not supporting them. It's the main entry to the city, right? So like, I know there's other entries to the city, but this is a straight shot into what a lot of business owners on Central Avenue tried to do to make a really pretty entrance to Kansas City, Kansas. We spend a lot of time, keeping our properties up and encouraging customers and keeping it safe over there and working with each other to make it a great area. You should be able to just come across that bridge and join us in Kansas City, Kansas. Commuting and traffic, it's complicated. Kansas City is a complicated place with highways and construction. If folks, I said this earlier, if folks can stay off of the highways and be able to join us, come from the West Bottoms, come from downtown Kansas City, it's a huge thing. Edgar talked a little bit about numbers, and I'm just going to talk about a couple. I'm not a genius when it comes to these traffic maps, but I've looked at them in the past and I've looked at them now. The numbers on Fairfax, the numbers on James Street, the numbers on the Central Avenue bridge, they don't compare to the numbers on I-70 and 670. I get that. 30s and 40s, thousands to tens and 5,000s on the Central Avenue bridge. But I want you guys to think about, as you're contemplating this, what 10 more customers, 10 more tickets a day does for Slaps Barbecue. It's somewhere between $108,000 and $136,000 a year. Okay, 92% to 98% of that goes to the employees, the cost of goods sold and taxes, right? So that's just our business, how much is lost by not having that bridge open. If only 10 come, and I would venture to say on a first Friday, we probably get 25, 35, 45 more people, right? More tickets to come through. So I think that's about it. We are definitely pro keeping that bridge, keeping it alive and getting it back open. Appreciate it.
We have one resident that's just going to offer us from a perspective of the residents in the area, the challenges that we're facing, and then I will provide a closure.
Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Jim Schneeweiss. I live at 434 North 15th. I'm a retired teacher and coach from the Kansas City, Kansas area. My wife's a lifetime resident. We've lived in the Wyandotte County area for 42 years. Our 3 daughters still live in the area, raising their families. I want to look at this from a little bit different perspective. A lot of numbers have been thrown at you from different ways of looking at this. I want to look from a residential perspective. And to do that, a little story. Not long ago, the harvest moon was coming up. So I had this brainy idea of going down the end of the bridge and seeing the moon come up. It was a great spot. Unfortunately, I looked over on the Missouri side and saw all those lights, look down into the West Bottoms area. It's the dark, desolate in certain areas. And I look back in Wyandotte County area and I'm looking and it says, we're isolated. I'm isolated. Okay. And it was just such a moving experience at that time. And I'm wondering just how many other residents in our area are feeling that way. And the reason I bring this up was because I had a conversation recently with a friend that talked about communities and how you build strong communities. One of those ways that communities are important is that communities support each other personally and professionally. Unites us as the community unites us so we can grow and it leads to a sense of belonging. But we can't have this if we're isolated and separated. And with so many bridges closing and so many other things going on, it's just not, it hurts the community and hurts us individually. Now, taking it from another perspective, I live, and several other people I know of live in what I call a food desert. We live in an area where our pharmacies, I consider a pharmacy desert, entertainment desert. There's limited opportunities for our youth in these areas. I have to go to other parts of town to buy clothes, appliances, you name it. Okay, so I have to get out of this community to go get the things that I want. That's a kind of a double problem in that I don't want to have to do that. I'd rather buy it here, but I have to get out to get it. All these other people talk about people bringing in, I have to go out to get things. It shouldn't happen that way. If we had better just infrastructure on our bridges, that would help alleviate some of that problem. I asked some of the people in my community before we came in tonight, some of their concerns about it. And the big thing that comes up is safety. Number one, a lot of the people in our community don't like driving 670 because so many crazy people out there on 670. Okay, including some of the I-70 areas down there. My wife tried to get over to North Kansas City today and had to make a detour because they closed because of all the work that's going on over across the Broadway Bridge. And if we have the increase of with all the things that are happening with the West Bottoms, Strawberry Hill, World Cup soccer coming, potential of getting some World Cup rugby in here, new ballpark possibility, there's going to be a lot more confusion as far as traffic congestion goes. And the people I talk to are really worried about that. Now, if it just take me a second here, I asked my daughters to respond to this this afternoon, and it took one of my daughters about 5 minutes to come up with this. And if you don't mind, I'll read this short little thing. The residents, taxpayers of Wyandotte County elect you to represent them, to make decisions to sustain a quality of life that is fair. We, the taxpayers who elected you, are standing here today asking you to fix the bridge that has been here for many years, in which we, the residents of Wyandotte County, have used to navigate both economically and socially for years. We ask you to fix the bridge and bring it to sustainable life and quality of life that we deserve. And that was a quote from one of my daughters. What I like to see is what is being recommended is prioritize repair of the replacement of the locally owned portion of the bridge, identify possible local, state, and federal partners for the repair of replacement of the bridge, and use the best efforts of partner with local, state, and officials to repair the bridge. That's all I have for tonight. And I really thank you for your time and energy and in this project. Thank you.
So Mayor and Commissioners, and everybody here tonight, and I just want to thank everybody who came and participated and offered your thoughts and your advice and suggestions, and emphasizing the importance of this bridge. So I appreciate everybody being here tonight to help provide the support that's needed or that will be needed if we are to accomplish this. You know, one thing I wanted to point out is that we know how important infrastructure is to our city's overall health and future prosperity. We know that firsthand. We know that if we don't have certain infrastructure, that certain things will not happen and will not come. And we know that from our experience just on our western border. Just think, had we not pressed for federal funding back in 1987 to complete the final loop of I-435 through Wyandotte County, connecting us on our western border to the greater Kansas City metropolitan region, what would be there today if we had not completed that? The infrastructure at I-435 and I-70 is what made possible the development that we now have in the western part of our county. That is why the Central Avenue Bridge is so important. It is our eastern gateway. It is the connection to the region, and it is an investment that we need to make for the future growth of the area. The Central Avenue Bridge is not only important to KCK, but it's also important to the state and to the region. I have a letter that I'd like to read real quickly. It's from Ride KC, from Frank White, the president CEO. Says, "Dear Mrs. Curtis, the KCAT is happy to provide support for the redevelopment of the Central Avenue Bridge. In previous years, the Central Avenue Bridge served as a corridor for public transit connecting Kansas City, Kansas to downtown Kansas City, Missouri through the West Bottoms. Whether connecting communities and residents along 7th Street or through Riverview and Kensington neighborhoods along Central Avenue, the Central Avenue Bridge is a critical thoroughfare to allow for access to resources in the West Bottoms and downtown Kansas City, Missouri. Due to financial constraints, the public transportation service was discontinued, but new development occurring in the West Bottoms along 9th Street and Forester Road, as well as Central Avenue, offer encouraging signs of future transportation services returning to the corridor. The Central Avenue Bridge is a critical component to allow for continued economic development throughout the area. Future opportunities for economic development and transportation connectivity are exciting. KCATA wholeheartedly supports redevelopment efforts of the Central Avenue Bridge." The last thing I have to share with you tonight is a letter from Commissioner-elect Bill Burns. He could not be here tonight, and I think it's safe to say now that they were having a surprise party for his wife, Nancy, for her retirement as our Register of Deeds. I'm sure it's already in progress, so I don't think I've added anything. But Bill delivered a letter to me and asked me to read it. Bill has been supportive of the Central Avenue Bridge. And he did say that it would be a priority for him. So let me get his letter here. Okay. Honorable Mayor and Commissioners, please let this note serve as a very strong endorsement for the funding of the Central Avenue Bridge project. As Commissioner-elect of District 2, this would be a catalyst for development of Central Avenue and the entire community. Also, the businesses below the bridge deserve better access. Tearing it down is nonsense. The bridge for many years is part of the rich history of Wyandotte County. Please approve funding for the project. I wish you all a Merry Christmas and all the best for 2024. Sincerely, Bill Burns. We know in Wyandotte County that we're capable of just about anything when we put our minds together and when we put our minds to it. So what I say to you all is let's work together and try to rebuild this bridge. And thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor and Commissioners and County Administrator.
Thank you, Representative, and thank you to all those that made presentations as well as the letters received. Are there any comments or questions from our commission? Okay. Seeing none, that takes us to item 4 on the mayor's agenda. And this goes hand in hand with the presentation that was just made, which is amending the GoDOT Countywide Strategic Mobility Plan related to the Central Avenue Bridge. We've just seen the presentations and we've heard the remarks and we've heard the written comments. And the takeaway for me is just how important a transportation hub the bridge is to Kansas City, Kansas and Wyandotte County and the connectivity that we need to the broader Kansas City region. As such, I just want to make for the record, I do support wholeheartedly finding ways to responsibly open this bridge and improving that infrastructure that could hopefully lead to expanded economic development, not just in the bottoms, throughout those areas of downtown Armourdale and along Central Avenue. So at this point, I'll ask Mr. Jeff Conway from our legal department to provide some insights on what the commission will be asked to consider with item number 4.
Yes, and Jeff is absent this evening, so I will fill in for him. Representative Curtis relayed to us that KDOT had relayed to her that our local planning policy prevented the state from replacing the bridge. Basically, it was one sentence in the plan that had limited it to bicycles and pedestrians. So the revision in the ordinance allows vehicular traffic, and then the feasibility study may consider the lower deck for bicycles and pedestrians. So that is the change. And then some of the language was deleted because you wouldn't need to accommodate the traffic if you know with the change if you're still going to allow the vehicular traffic. So that is the change in the GoDOT plan being proposed.
Thank you. Commissioner Bynum has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Counselor Lawson, I did not understand what you just said.
Okay.
Did you reference something with state law
No.
that does not allow for a change?
So the GoDOT, the Unified Governments, the GoDOT strategic plan has a reference to the currently closed Central Avenue Bridge and reopening it for bicycles and pedestrians. So that was the plan in the GoDOT plan. This amendment of our own ordinance then opens it up to vehicular traffic, so that the feasibility of reopening it can be studied, not just for bicycles and pedestrians on the lower level, but for vehicular traffic on the upper deck.
Thanks.
Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you very much. My comment, Mayor, is I'm looking at the Section 1 amendment, if you will, study the feasibility of reopening the currently closed Central Avenue Bridge over the River. And then it goes on to say to all vehicular traffic, period. In addition, the feasibility study may consider lower deck use, et cetera. My thought would be to amend it to read, study the feasibility of reopening the currently closed Central Avenue Bridge over the River, period. All you need is the one sentence.
Noted. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mine is more comment to support whatever we can do to open the the Central Avenue Bridge. We've heard testimony from state level, from our local businesses, from industrial and from across the way of historic West Bottoms of how important this bridge is. And I think the community member who spoke said it perfectly. If we don't do anything, we isolate ourselves from the region. We're always talking about we need to be part of the region. We need to be part of our neighboring jurisdictions as best as we can. This is only going to make it worse if we don't open it. And so I support us in any way, shape, or form of looking at any and all ways to open it back up, because it is be detrimental to our downtown area, which is already distressed, which has already suffered from years and years of redlining. Let's not make it worse by closing down this bridge. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I can't tell you, I want to express my sincere appreciation to members of our Wyandotte County delegation, recognizing the significant challenge that we have as commissioners to provide what we call thoroughfares in our community and the infrastructure needs that we have. It's very seldom you get neighborhoods, businesses, and government to come together with a conclusion that advances the cause within a community. It has been mentioned that the ordinance in the GODOC plan is stated one direction. I want to talk about striking that particular part of the ordinance and not make it for walking or biking, but open the bridge back up for everyday vehicle traffic so that it is an open corridor, an artery into our neighbors to the east, and allows convenience to those that have vested along our Central Avenue corridor that was so graciously spoken to here. And in light of the discussion that we had of funds being available to the state and Fed, we would be remiss as a government not to at least apply and pursue those grant monies to assist us in opening that bridge. So I want to thank you for bringing that forward on behalf of the community and on behalf of the businesses and the people that were here and speaking to it tonight. So Mayor, if I may, I'd just like to make a motion to strike that portion out of the GODOT plan and replace it with no feasibility study, but work to do what we can to find the funding to reopen the Central Avenue Bridge.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. That I believe that Commissioner Bynum had a motion that's.
I had not made it as a motion.
Okay, well, then we have a motion. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. More point of clarification to Commissioner Commissioner Burrows's motion. Because in the packet, it says the study of the feasibility of reopening it. You just want to say, let's just open it, not even have a study of feasibility. Is that correct?
And thank you for that clarification, because I think we can study this thing to death. And the fact that we already have evidence that there's funds out there available, I hate to see those funds, I don't want to say wasted, but utilized to study the project even more. We have an outcry to open the bridge. And I'm just asking that east of 635, we have limited development. This is a great opportunity to bring a catalyst back to encouraging economic development on the eastern side of our community, east of 635, that has been crying out for the last handful of years. So I appreciate the opportunity to answer that question.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you, Commissioners. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. To the point, I imagine we could make it as simple as Commissioner Burrows suggests with a substitute sentence, but I think we still have to recognize and come to grips with the fact that we can't just open this bridge. It's a failing bridge, so it would need to come down and be rebuilt. And I just think we need to be very realistic about, and I'm all for applying for any grants that would help us do that, but I just want to be straightforward with the community. This is not going to be a quick or simple process.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Davis.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess thank you, Commissioner Bynum, for articulating that. I would hate for anybody to walk away here thinking that tomorrow the bridge is just going to open. We are talking about millions of dollars. So if you see us really pondering and talking to one another, it's because this is a very expensive item. And to open it is one thing, but maintaining it so that we don't get in this position again in another few years is another thing. This was adopted by the commission last year. It was put together by our planning staff. If I may, Mr. Hand and Mr. Fisher, I guess for you, Mr. Hand, can you just speak to what the original thought was as to why this was in here in regards to the study? And then Mr. Fisher, if you can speak to the effort in getting funding for grants for opening this bridge.
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So the intent in GODOT is to balance our transportation system. So I think that when we were looking at the Central Avenue Bridge, the intent here was to study taking an only vehicular bridge and making it multimodal. This is in conformance with the Complete Streets Ordinance that was adopted prior to the mobility plan. And I think it speaks to the intent of our entire transportation system to balance it with the automobile. So I think a bridge crossing is one thing, a bridge crossing for vehicles only is one thing, a multimodal bridge crossing, I think, is the vision. And so because this bridge only had one mode of travel, we were looking to study it before the bridge was, before GODOT happened and all this was going on. We actually received a grant to convert the underbridge into a bike ped connection across. And in studying that grant was when we discovered that there were structural failures. So I think it's also in the spirit of the way that the UG was working to address this issue to begin with, to make it to identify it as a truly multimodal bridge. I'll point out one other thing is what I think I heard tonight was two things. How do we reopen the bridge in the same way that we're doing some temporary work to reopen the Cesar Chavez Kansas Avenue Bridge, while also applying to replace that bridge? As your planner, I would recommend that we look similar to Mr. Burrow's suggestion here. Is there's really two things. What do we need to do to open the bridge in the interim as fast as possible? And what do we need to do to make a multimodal connection from Central Avenue? I would argue from 6th and Central all the way to the river and then across the river. And I think because they've been broken into these component parts, we miss a much larger opportunity if we don't look at all of those things and potentially bring new development opportunity by rethinking the interchange itself at I-70 as well with KDOT. But to Representative Curtis's point, if she's resisting if she's experiencing resistance in her conversations to seek those funds and advocacy for us, then yes, I think this is a great demonstration, less about the integrity or not of GODOT, but a demonstration of how these long-range plans are living documents. And this is an excellent opportunity to make it what we want it to be.
Thank you. I appreciate that, because I do ultimately we want staff to do the work, and this all has to be a giant partnership for this to work out. So Mr. Fisher, can you provide just just your thoughts on this and the grants in particular?
Sure. Thanks for the question.
Make
First-
sure your mic is up, because your voice is low.
Yeah. First, I want to say staff definitely recognizes the impacts and definitely don't want to create any impacts on the businesses. The fact is there hasn't been any opportunity until this year. The VIP program is new. And the NOFO's not even out yet. I think the senator might have mistakenly referenced another program that the deadline did pass, and this bridge doesn't qualify for that one. The BIP though is an excellent opportunity, and we have taken a look at a couple of options. You could do a Central Avenue Bridge and a 90-10 match for the 5,000 vehicles a day, or we could do a package of smaller structures across the city. And we've estimated that at 105,000 cars a day for the same money. And so staff has always taken the position, you might remember the subcommittee discussions where based on the data of the entire bridge inventory, the UG would need to spend 14 million a year for 10 years. That's impossible for the UG to do, given that we also have to spend 20+ million a year on street preservation to get the PCI that's deteriorating from 51 to 65, which is what you all wanted. So we've been looking for those opportunities, but absent that, we got the Kansas Avenue Bridge, which carries twice as much traffic and much more freight. So it's not that we don't want to replace the bridge. I got engineers and project managers that would love to replace 2 river crossings in their career. That just doesn't happen, right? So we're here to serve. So if the elected body and the community wants us to replace 2 bridges, we'll replace 2 bridges. The data just didn't support it, given our financial position. That's where Public Works was coming from all along. So now there is an opportunity. The hub that was approved last year, that application process didn't even become available until the last couple of months. So we've actually been talking with KDOT about the hub for the Kansas Avenue Bridge, because that is the priority. It is possible that if UG wants to replace Central Avenue Bridge, we can ask for funds from hub for that as well. And that's only a 90-10 match. So it's a lot better than most from a local match perspective. So more affordable for the UG. But given all the other needs across the city and infrastructure that I just gave you an example of, it's tough for me to recommend replacing Central Avenue Bridge.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate both of you all's perspective, because again, we're just giving direction, but want to make sure that the work can actually be done. We actually are applying for the grants, and that we can really make some progress. I do support reopening the bridge. I would love, just my perspective, if we can make it kind of multimodal transportation, just given the climate impact of just it being car only. I think that's quite frankly a little regressive. So if it's possible for it to be multimodal, great. But thank you all for providing that insight. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner King.
Thank you, Mayor. Troy and Pam and a bunch of us went out and met Kate out here just a month or so ago. And actually Troy and I were in the same meeting and had a nice little argument. I'm all for opening the Central Avenue Bridge, but I also want to know what it would cost to fix some of the other bridges at the same time to see it more bang for the buck. I was raised up, and everybody thinks I was raised out in Piper. I was raised off of Thorpe and Central. So I used that bridge to go down to UPS when I worked down there. But and everyone has to know that when we apply for this stuff, it takes a while. You know, the Biden infrastructure plan is some of this monies that we're going to ask for. And there is a great deal of money to be asked for across the state. We should have been asking for this a long time ago, because it's been there for a while. So I think we need to see what we can get, whatever that is, and then come back here and then make a financial decision that is best for the entire community. You know, and like I said, I want the Central Avenue Bridge open, but I would also like to know the condition and the other bridges that are also out there, because I know we've got trouble with some of them. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's a big decision that we're gonna have to make. I know we had robust conversation, especially in Commissioner Bynum's subcommittee and the infrastructure committee. I believe you guys tackled bridges streets, sidewalks and bridges. I know you had robust conversation within your subcommittee. And Jeff or Mr. Fisher, he's right. When I chaired one of the subcommittees for Parks and Rec and Facilities, we took the vow that we were going to make decisions based on data. Make sure that it was strategic and we used our resources the best we could. I think this decision or me supporting this one, this is the only project where feel like I can't follow data at this one project, just of how the impact it could have on our community. And our community members, business leaders, they gave us the numbers of what happened within just those 2 months of being closed down, of how that impacted the businesses. And we're always talking about, we want to support small business owners in Wyandotte County. We can't do that if we have one of their main thoroughfares closed down. We're landlocking them. We're keeping them isolated from the rest of the region. Yes, you can get to Central Avenue or downtown from anywhere from other places, but it's quicker if we have that thoroughfare open. And so I support what we're doing tonight, just to have changing the language. So for us to have the ability to open Central Avenue Bridge, I think that's what I think we need to understand tonight. What we're doing is just changing the language for us to even look at reopening the bridge. I think the harder conversations, the harder decisions are going to come soon and later. So I support what we're doing tonight, and I'm not sure what motion we're voting on or if any motion has been seconded yet.
Thank you. There's no second. So, thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Representative Curtis, I appreciate the time and effort that you've spent on this. And I appreciate the folks that have come to speak to us. And I'm frankly really glad that the commission chambers are so full, particularly from folks in the Central Avenue area, because it's really important that we hear all the data. Mr. Fisher keeps referencing the data, and I just want everyone to understand in 22 and 23, the commission adopted an infrastructure strategic plan that almost every single commissioner worked on in subcommittees. We have 270 bridges in Kansas City, Kansas. 17 of those bridges are what we would call major. Obviously, Central Avenue is one of them. One of the findings from our work on the infrastructure strategic plan was that as a commission, we need to increase our annual spending on just bridges from about $500,000 to $14 million annual. So this gives you a notion of the scope of the infrastructure needs of our community. I say all that just to make everyone aware, which you are aware because you drive around our city just like we do. But this is the magnitude of the dollars involved in bringing all of our bridges up to what I believe has a rating system associated with it. So we know as a commission that if we're going to ever achieve that, because it feels almost impossible, that we have to create within our budget a preventive maintenance line item for annual budgeting purposes. I say all of that to say, if we're going to change the GoDOT mobility plan, I'm fine with it. I want to find a way to reopen or reconstruct or whatever that mechanism is that gets the Central Avenue Bridge open and operating. I think we're going to have to look into, if we're going to try to go the tactic of Kansas Avenue, then we're going to have to look into what are the short-term immediate costs such as the work we did to work on reopening one lane of Kansas Avenue while we apply for the federal infrastructure money. So we're going to have to look into that cost and figure out how we would do that work and pay for it. And finally, all I would want to know tonight in order to vote affirmatively on the change is what is the language or the singular sentence that we would amend this plan with? If we could have a sense of what that sentence would be, I would be ready to vote.
Okay, council.
I'm not sure if the commission is, you have several options. You could change it to, and then, sections 2 through 4 would still remain, but you could change it so that the remaining sentence would be study the feasibility of reopening the currently closed Central Avenue Bridge over the Kansas River. You could say work towards reopening the currently closed Central Avenue Bridge, just depending on which route the commission wished to take.
Okay, just for some clarity before I go, Commissioner Bynum had a motion. You want to clarify that? I'm sorry, Commissioner Burrows.
Body, thank you, Mayor. Body, we have tied the hands of our delegation when they can't go out and seek federal and state funding because our GODOT plan has language in it that puts them at a distinct disadvantage. It's almost shows that we are not supportive of the outcry that we heard this evening in reference to the Central Avenue Bridge. The easiest thing to do is take that portion out of the MoDOT plan or the GODOT plan, and we can replace it with, I don't like feasibility studies. We just need to allow our delegation and our state to see that we are supportive of finding a way to open the Central Avenue Bridge collectively as part of our community-wide master plan for the mobility aspect that we've talked about in the GODOT plan. This is very simple. All these other bridges are a point of interest. I understand that, but we are talking about one bridge tonight that is, we have put an anchor around the neck of those advocating for funding for that bridge by not showing them how supportive we are as a body so that they can move forward and advocate. Because the first time somebody looks at that GODOT plan and sees that that we have stated we want it tore down, the discussion is over. And we need to allow our extra voices on the state and federal level to hear our concerns that we want the bridge open, that we feel it's a necessary vital corridor. So it's just about the Central Avenue Bridge and that one little line item within the GODOT plan that limits them from going out and seeking funding. And Gunnar, you hit it right on the head. You said it very well. So thank you for how you communicated how that would work. So that, I hope that gives some clarity. The motion I stated earlier was strike that language out of the GODOT plan. The language that limits, that says that we're wanting to take, and council read it earlier. Got that. I don't have the document in front of me, so I apologize. I don't have it.
While Commissioner Burrows is examining that, Commissioner Markley.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't think the intent is to remove it entirely because that doesn't give us the leverage either, right? We still have to say something about it. So I think what Attorney Angela said earlier, I think is the right language, which is we're going to work toward opening the Central Avenue Bridge.
Is that a motion?
If I may.
Want to make sure.
Under section 1.
Camille, let stand by. Commissioner Burrows made a motion. He's trying to get some clarity before he withdraws his motion or modifies it. So we'll take a 2-minute recess and we'll reconvene.
Yes, I took a picture of it. I did. I was not letting that go. I'll send it to you and Jeff. And you're. Yeah. Yeah, I knew I wouldn't be able to track it. I'm gonna send this. I did not see his name. I don't know. I didn't know that.
If we could please take our seats. Thank you all for your patience. I believe that Commissioner Burrows has arrived at a motion that he's comfortable with.
You will need to withdraw your. Mayor, if I may, I'd like to withdraw my original motion and replace it, make a substitute motion.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Body, in section 1, where the indented word verbiage starts, I think it says study for feasibility study. I want to replace that language, strike all of that and put in work to reopen the Central Avenue Bridge with necessary emergency repairs and seek funding to redesign and rebuild a new multimodal bridge connecting Central Avenue to James Street and the Levee Trail system.
Second, Bynum.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
This keeps all other sections as presented.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call clerk.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. This takes us to item number 5. With your proclamations, clerk, could you read those proclamation, just a brief summary?
Thank you, Mayor. Proclamation proclaiming November 25th, 2023 as Small Business Saturday Day in Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas.
Thank you, clerk.
That's it.
That takes us to our next item. We're going to go to the planning and zoning portion. It'll be handled immediately followed by our regular commission meeting. I'll ask the clerk to read the statement required by state law governing the planning and zoning portion of our meeting, followed by the items on the planning and zoning consent agenda. Clerk.
Good evening. We would like to welcome all present to this meeting of the Unified Government Commission. Members of the commission are Mayor CEO Tyrone Garner, Commissioner Melissa Bynum, at-large District 1, Commissioner Tom Burrows, at-large District 2, Commissioner Gail Townsend, District 1, Commissioner Brian McKiernan, District 2, Commissioner Christian Ramirez, District 3, Commissioner Harold Johnson, District 4, Commissioner Mike Kane, District 5, Commissioner Angela Markley, District 6, Commissioner Chuck Stites, District 7, and Commissioner Andrew Davis, District 8. As each petition is called, all persons for or against will be given the opportunity to express their views. If this is the first time that a particular petition has been before the commission has 3 options. 1, it can approve the recommendation of the Planning Commission with 6 votes. 2, it can override the Planning Commission's recommendation, but it would take 8 votes to override. 3, it can return the matter to the Planning Commission for further consideration, together with a statement specifying the reasons for the referral back to the Planning Commission. The consent agenda is the first part of the Planning and Zoning agenda. Items on the consent agenda have received a unanimous vote of recommendation by the Planning Commission. Unless there is a request to set aside an item from the consent agenda by the applicant, a member of the public, the Unified Government Commission, or others, then the Planning Commission's recommendation on all of the items on the consent agenda will be adopted by the Unified Government Commission at one time. I will read the list of agenda items on the consent agenda, and when I have completed the list, the mayor will ask if there are any requests to set aside items from the consent agenda. This is your time to come to the microphone and provide the agenda item to be set aside if you do not agree with the Planning Commission's recommendation. If you're joining us virtually, this is your time to raise your hand and, once acknowledged, provide the agenda item to be set aside. If you contacted the UG Clerk's office, that item will be set aside by the UG Clerk on your behalf. If an item is set aside, the matter will be discussed and voted on separately. All items not set aside will be approved with the Planning Commission's recommendation. We appreciate the attendance of those people here this evening, and we recognize the importance of each petition. We would, however, remind you that there are a number of items on the agenda, and we would appreciate your efforts to make your remarks as concise as possible. We ask that anyone with a cell phone, please turn them off or switch to non-audio so you will not disturb the meeting. If joining us virtually or by phone, we ask that you mute your phone when not speaking to avoid background noise so you will not disturb the meeting. Once the petitioners make their presentation, anyone for or against will be allowed the maximum 3 minutes to state their views. As you come to the microphone, please state your name and city for the record if attending in person. This is your time to raise your hand if you're joining us virtually. When your name is called, please state your name and city for the record. The mayor and commission are required to disclose contacts with proponents or opponents on any item on the planning and zoning agenda. At this time, does any member of the commission wish to disclose any contact with proponents or opponents on any item on the agenda?
Thank you, Clerk. Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Disclose receiving communication of proponents of SB 2023-079.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I heard from opponents and proponents of non-consent agenda item SP 2023-042.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Markley.
Contact with proponents of 2023-079.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. I've been contacted by opponents of 2023-072. That's opponents, and 2023-083 proponents of that one. And then also that's it at this time, Mayor. I'll look for the other one.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrow. I'm sorry, Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had received communication on SP 2023-079 proponent.
Thank you, Commissioner Stites.
Communication with COZ 2023-027, that would be opponents, and COZ 2023-028 proponents.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kane.
I've had contacted COZ 2023-027. And then I have a special use permit 2023-087. I was reached multiple times by a lawyer working for one of the people on the issue on the planning and zoning. It's the first time I've had that in 2.5 years. And I wanted people to know that I was reached out by a lawyer, not a particular constituent, which I've never had happen.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis.
Thanks, Mayor. I've spoken with proponents of SP 2023-079.
Thank you, Commissioner. Clerk.
I will now read the items on the consent agenda. Changes of zone applications. Item number 1, COZ 2023-026. Jack Song with UG Water Pollution Control. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to MP3 Planned Heavy Industrial District for a water treatment facility at 2443R South 88th Street, recommended for approval. Item 2, COZ 2023-027. Timothy Elliott with Atlas Land Consultants. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP4 Planned Garden Apartment District to develop a senior living facility at 9205 Garfield Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 3, COZ 2023-028, Curtis Peterson with Polsonelli. Change of zone from AG Agricultural District to CP2 Planned General Business District to construct the Atlas 9 Interactive Art Gallery at 9700 State Avenue, recommended for approval. Special use permit applications. Item 1, SP 2023-025, Wathiq Kasim. Renewal of a special use permit for an auto body repair shop at 744 Kansas Avenue, recommended for approval for 5 years. Item 2, SP 2023-064, Santos Ornales. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment with live entertainment at 5235 State Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 3, SP 2023-066, Megan Duma with MD Rental Homes LLC, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 408 Sandusky Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 4, SP 2023-072, Brad Hughes, special use permit for a short-term rental cabin retreat with an alpaca farm at 2914 South 74th Street, recommended for denial. Item 5, SP 2023-074, Waynell Henson, special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2501 North Tremont Street, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 6, SP 2023-075, Aya Agatha Mabra, home occupation special use permit for a wig making business at 8127 Troop Avenue, number 106, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 7, SP 2023-080, Denise Tomasic with Purple Properties LLC, renewal of a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 419 North 6th Street, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 8, SP 2023-082, Heidi Tompkins, special use permit to operate a dog kennel grooming operation at 9240 Georgia Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 9, SP 2023-083, John McClellan, Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 412 North Fifth Street, recommended for approval for 5 years. Item 10, SP 2023-084, John Overton. Special use permit to operate a drinking establishment at 1200 Osage Avenue, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 11, SP 2023-085, John Wondergem. Home occupation special use permit to repair musical instruments at 1108 Shawnee Road, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 12, SP 2023-086, Masim Kanokovich. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4211 South Thompson, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 13, SP 2023-087, Patricia Zanquintin. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2110 North 104th Terrace, recommended for denial. Item 14, SP 2023-088, Vanessa Neois. Home occupation special use permit to produce gummies, topicals, and a powdered drink at 11411 Hollingsworth Road, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 15, SP 2023-089, Amanda Tarwater. Home occupation special use permit for a dog grooming operation at 10120 Hollingsworth Road, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 16, SP 2023-092, Brett Jacobson. Special use permit for semi-truck sales at 1701 South 45th Street, recommended for approval for 2 years. Item 17, SP 2023-093, Allison Schwartz. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 625 Northrop Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 18, SP 2023-095, Rhiannon Caballero with Next Luxury. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 535 Central Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year. Item 19, SP 2023-097, Aaron Lau. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 4110 South Minnie Street, recommended for approval for 6 months. Item 20, SP 2023-099, Curtis Peterson with Polsinelli. Special use permit for grading, fill, and removal of earth and fill at 9700 State Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year. Master plan applications. Item 1, MPL 2023-015, Gunner Hand, Unified Government of Wyandotte County, Kansas City, Kansas. Master plan amendment from Plan Mixed Residential Prairie Delaware Piper Area Plan to Planned Entertainment District Prairie Delaware Piper Area Plan at 1800 Village West Parkway, recommended for approval. Plan review applications. Item 1, PR 2023-029, Nick Hanaway. Preliminary and final development plan to construct a new Burger King restaurant at 7736 State Avenue, recommended for approval. Miscellaneous ordinances. Item 1, an ordinance rezoning property at 7511 Leavenworth Road from CP2 Planned General Business and R1 Single Family Districts to CP3 Planned Commercial District, recommended for approval. Item 2, an ordinance rezoning property at 2324 Grandview Boulevard from CPO Planned Non-Retail Business District to CP1 Planned Limited Business District, recommended for approval. Item 3, an ordinance rezoning property at 3308 North 75th Street from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District, recommended for approval. Item 4, an ordinance rezoning property at 3850 North 55th Street from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District, recommended for approval. Item 5, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for grading of the property at 3850 North 55th Street, recommended for approval. Item 6, an ordinance rezoning property at 745 North 78th Street, 701 North 78th Street, 7624 Tarome Avenue, and 7610 Tarome Avenue from R1 Single Family District to RP5 Planned Apartment District, recommended for approval. Item 7, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 091-23 and enacting a new ordinance authorizing a special use permit for an event center at the Margaritaville Resort Hotel at 9400 State Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 8, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 15 South 17th Street, apartment number 2, recommended for approval. Item 9, An ordinance authorizing a special use permit to operate an event space with live entertainment and alcohol sales at 600 North Seventh Street, recommended for approval. Item 10, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit to keep livestock at 3425 North 87th Street, recommended for approval. Item 11, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 4436 Cambridge Street, recommended for approval. Item 12, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for live entertainment drinking establishment at an existing restaurant at 4960 State Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 13, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit to utilize Legends Field as an event center at 1800 Village West Parkway, recommended for approval. Item 14, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 809 Central Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 15, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a drinking establishment at 612 North Fifth Street, recommended for approval. Item 16, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2706 Esplanade Lane, recommended for approval. Item 17, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 2520 North 131st Street, recommended for approval. Item 18, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for a non-owner occupied short-term rental at 3008 South 9th Street, recommended for approval. Item 19, an ordinance rezoning property at 6029 Oak Grove Road and 6019 Wood End Avenue from R1 Single Family District to AG Agricultural District, recommended for approval. Item 20, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit to operate an automotive repair, painting, and used automotive dealership at 402 Osage Avenue, recommended for approval. Item 21, an ordinance authorizing a special use permit for continuation of a kennel dog daycare and boarding operation at 4001 North 74th Street, recommended for approval. Mayor, this represents all the items on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Clerk. Do any members of the commission, the county administrator, or the public wish to set aside any item on the planning and zoning consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the planning and zoning consent agenda will be voted on by one vote to follow the recommendation of the planning commission.
Mr. Mayor, if I may start, the Gunner Hand Director of Planning and Resign, after the agenda was posted, we received two letters. One from Special Use Permit 2023-082 Heidi Tompkins withdrawing her application, as well as one from SP 2023-087 Patricia Zanketten also withdrawing her application. Staff would also like to request that changes on 2023-027 be pulled from the consent agenda.
Okay. Thank you. Council. You guys. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to set aside an item? Okay, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and the agenda item that you'd like to be set aside.
Thank you. My name is Leo Lyles. I live at 506 North Fourth Street, Kansas City, Kansas. And I would request that item number SP 2023-066 be removed from the consent agenda.
Okay. Clerk, can you set that aside? Thank you.
Yes, Mayor, we will.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
Carolyn White, Kansas City, Kansas. SP 2023-042 to remove from the agenda.
That would be on the non-consent agenda. We haven't gotten there yet.
Oh, you're not there yet. All right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that'd like to set something aside on the consent. agenda? Thank you. State your name.
Yes, sir.
Address.
Rich Jones, on behalf of Brad House on, SP 2023-072. We'd like to set that aside.
Anyone else that has a set aside? Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If Mr. Hand can repeat the two withdrawals and the one set aside.
Yes, Commissioner Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Staff requested that we set pull off change of zone 2023-027 from the consent agenda to be heard later this evening, and then we notified that special use permit 2023-082 and SP 2023-087 had both been withdrawn by the applicants.
Thank you.
Okay, just for clarity, based on the information received from our planning director, 2 items have been withdrawn from the petitioner. So that's not going to be part of this consideration of this commission. However, the clerk has recorded the set aside. So outside of the set asides, I have a motion and a second. Clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, can you read the first set aside?
Change of zone application COZ 2023-027. Timothy Elliott with Atlas Land Consultants. Change of zone from R1 Single Family District to RP4 Planned Garden Apartment District to develop a senior living facility at 9205 Garfield Avenue, recommended for approval.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present that application.
Mr. Mayor, staff goes first at Board Commissioner.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a change of zone application from R1 to R4 for a 3-phase project for a senior assisted living complex. This is in the Prairie Delaware Piper area plan. Staff has received no letters of support. There was opposition in attendance at the Planning Commission hearing earlier this evening. I do believe there are members from the public here tonight in opposition as well. Staff does recommend approval with conditions, including open space buffering and additional screening from the subdivision, as well as the church to the north. Pedestrian connectivity into the existing sidewalk network along Garfield Avenue, excuse me, and as well as this in all subsequent phases, we'll have to come back for a final development plan. Staff is asking for a continuance based on the comments that we received at Planning Commission. We looked a little deeper into the comments by the fire department. Typically, when we send these cases out, we get some cases that have comments and those that do not provide comments. Again, it's fire didn't have comments on those, but based on the comments from the public, we asked fire to look at that one again, and we only recently got back their comments about this case, and they'd like to take a harder look at this. So we would ask for a continuance for 30 days.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present the application. Please state your name and address for the record.
Timothy Elliott, 14500 Parallel Road, Unit R, Baser, Kansas. I'm a representative with Atlas Land Consulting. As Gunnar said, we actually were talking to Byron, the planner, and we wanted a continuance anyway. The property owner hasn't sealed the deal with the client yet, and they don't want it rezoned until that is done. So we needed to take a pause on it anyway. So this actually works out really well with it going back to planning. So we'll figure out whatever issues there are at that stage.
Okay. I'll open the public hearing and ask the clerk, have you received any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of the item? Is there anyone joining us virtually, clerk, who would like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any direct notification from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item?
No comments are received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition of the item? Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Mayor. Name is Gary Johnson, Kansas City resident, and I am in opposition to changing the R1 to a RP4. That area is the Sunset Ridge area, and it is a pretty much closed in area. As you can see, there's one way in, one way out of there, and if you start adding a multi-family type unit back there, there's going to be one thing, a lot of traffic. There's been a lot of concerns with the residents of Sunset Ridge about having something like that there. I spoke with the owner of the property prior to it being changed to R1, and he expressed that he would like to, came to me and expressed that he would like to change it from agriculture to residential R1. And with that, I was good with. But when they start talking about putting the multi-family unit back there, then that's where I have issues. And not only do I have issues, but I have talked to several of the residents there in our little community, and every last one of them has expressed opposition to that being built in that area with that. And that's all I have right now. And they're all willing to sign a petition to that fact. Thank you.
Clerk, is there anyone who's joining us virtually? I'm sorry, we have one more. Please state your name, address.
My name is Lawrence Harvey. I live in Sunset Ridge Edition. I live at 1723 North 91st Street. Mr. Johnson actually lives in the only house right now currently on 92nd Street, which would be right before this deal would be put through. My concern is we don't, like you said, we don't have any way to get in and out one way. It is a major intersection coming off parallel. It's a dangerous deal. If they put that through, there'll be more people, more cars that would cause more congestion and traffic concerns. I would like for be sent back to the plan and zoning and start over process all over again so that we can inform more residents in the Sunset Ridge so we can get more people involved. I've talked to several people, just like Mr. Johnson has, and I have not found one resident that is for this. So I'd like to see it sent back to planning and zoning for total redone so we can all get together on the thing. Because there's only people that were involved were with people within 250 feet. Well, that was only like 3 houses. All the rest of us, we never got no notification. So I'd like to see more people, more notification done so that we know more about it. And also a future study on the traffic in and out of parallel. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, for listening to me.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in opposition? Clerk, is anyone joining us virtually like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
I will now close the public hearing. Petitioner, you'd like to make some closing remarks?
Yes, thank you. To all those comments about traffic issues, we did, to get to this point in the process, we did have to do a traffic study with the intended use, even at the final stage where there are 3 buildings and a total of 48 units. The traffic volume is very low. Again, this is assisted living. Most of these people won't have vehicles. As you can see, our parking is very small because of the same reason. Most of these people won't have vehicles. That subdivision doesn't have, a 2-lane road can handle up to 1,000 trips per day. That subdivision doesn't have nearly enough houses for it to be an issue. I can't remember off the top of my head what the added trips were, but it was not very many in the peak hour. I think it was like 4 in the peak hour. So basically what I'm saying is we've gone through this process of doing this traffic study already. We presented it to the planning folks and everything's been good. So as far as those concerns, that shouldn't be one of them. And yes, we already had a public meeting. We had a sign posted on the property advertising that this change was going to take place. At that meeting, we had no one show up in opposition. And so this is the first time hearing of any opposition.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any questions? Seeing none, I'll entertain. I'm sorry, Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. Gunnar, would you it's my understanding that it's already going to be sent back, right? And will that'll be sent back to planning and zoning?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. The options before you are approve, deny, hold over, or remand back to Planning Commission. I think the neighborhood sounded like they wanted you to send it back to Planning Commission. Staff asked for a holdover. I think the issue is because we've only had a chance to preliminarily look at with fire the project in more detail. What is in consideration is that some threshold multifamily uses like this trigger a requirement for two ways in or out, and this one obviously has one. So if fire determines it does need a second entrance and exit, that's enough to trigger it back down to Planning Commission anyway. So you could be conservative and send it back now, or we could see how it plays out and deal with it later. Again, the applicant noted that timing is less of an issue, so I defer to your judgment.
Okay, thank you. And is there a community, a neighborhood group in that area?
Yeah.
Home association?
I think there's an HOA. I don't think that there's established neighborhood group. I'd have to double check real quick. Hold on, let me. But I believe it's Mr. Allen. I apologize. He did show up at the City Planning Commission and noted that he lives outside of the 200-foot area, didn't receive notice, but saw the sign. And so he was concerned about the 200-foot notice. So I think, again, if we did ever when we ever renotice that project, it's going to be with that 200 feet, but staff can work with both livable neighborhoods and Mr. Allen to make sure the rest of his neighborhood gets the
right.
information.
Because I agree. And thank you, because we've made it a point up here and emphasized that when there's homeowners associations and community groups there, that they are notified and go above just the notification of the 200-foot rule, right? So that people are, especially a development of this magnitude. The other question that I had, and I apologize, I don't remember the gentleman's name that spoke first, but he said that it was changed originally from AG to R1. When was that? When did that happen?
The current property owner, Mr. James, I believe is his name, did that about 2 years ago.
So 2 years ago. And what do we know at that time? What was the reason given? What was supposed to happen? Why did we change it from ag to R1?
So if I remember that one correctly, Mr. James used to own one single large parcel and platted it to, maybe it was just one parcel and he platted it to two. I think this third one is actually not his, but he had one large parcel that went all the way from 94th over to this stub at Garfield Avenue. He subdivided it into two, maybe three, and wanted to keep one site for his house on 94th and then redevelop it as, well, he wasn't going to do the redevelopment. He wanted to sell it for development for a subdivision. And so he must have found, I mean, I'm assuming right now, but he must have found another interested party to do this project as opposed to some extension of Garfield Avenue for more subdivision.
Okay. All right. That's all I have for right now. Thanks.
Okay, do any other members of the commission have any comments or questions? Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. From what Gunnar said, or Mr. Hand said about the possibility of fire needing them, this development needing a possible second entrance, I would make the motion to remand back to the Planning Commission with instructions to further study this based on the fire department's assessment of traffic flow.
Spike, second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on this matter? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum. Aye. Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Clerk, could you read the next item?
Item special use permit SP 2023-066, Megan Duma with MD Rental Homes LLC. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 408 Sandusky Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year.
Thank you. Ms. Fran, could you make the opening comment?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. There it is. This is a special use permit for short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This is in the central area plan. Staff had received no letters of support, none in opposition. There are no notice of violation on the property. Staff does agree with Planning Commission's recommendation for 1 year with conditions, a maximum of 6 people on site, 2 cars off street, and to retain a parking agreement with the adjacent property for those 2 off-street spaces.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present the application if they're present.
Hello, good evening. Megan Duma here, speaking to the special use permit for a short-term rental at 408 Sandusky. I don't know, Gunnar, because I was on the consent agenda. Does all the slides that I had earlier, are they part of this presentation as well?
I can find those in a second.
Thank you.
Sorry for the delay. This is it.
Thank you. And so just for everyone, this is I think it's helpful to have a timeline of how things happen with respect to this short-term rental. I purchased it in June of 2019 and then spent about $60,000, so $30,000 at that time fixing it up, making it better than it was. And then I applied for my first STR special use permit in November of 2019 and was approved. We really didn't have that many bookings. And so you can see from the timeline, the COVID happened. And so short-term rental land, December and January and February are very, very slow. And then March 2020 is when COVID happened. So the first short-term rental permit was pretty much, I didn't get to use it. And then that's no one's fault, just COVID's fault. And then when that happened, I decided to go long-term here. And I rented long-term to some great tenants that were there for, gosh, almost a year and a half. They moved out in November of 2022. And that's when we realized there was lots of big problems with the mechanicals of the property. And so we spent a lot of money fixing those up, all new plumbing, just taking care of everything, making sure that the property was a good and safe place, whether it's long-term or short-term. And we've never illegally rented here whatsoever. We've always been 31 days plus. And we've applied for a new permit, and there were some issues when I had the neighborhood meeting with respect to parking and just distaste for short-term rentals in general, which I do understand. But because we are bordered by this particular property, is bordered by business properties, properties zoned in business zones, I think it's a really good option for the 1 per block that the KCK has adopted as its policy. So I come to you again, not having violated your laws whatsoever with respect to this property, and asking for your approval. I'm surprised I'm off of the consent agenda, but I'm happy to respond to any neighbor's needs.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any direct notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of the item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of the item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any direct notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition of the item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to the item? Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Leo Iles. I live at 506 North 4th Street. My property is immediately adjacent to the property in question here. And the application does require that she provide 2 off-street parking spaces for that property. There are no parking spaces. The one that she claims as a parking spot is a 10-foot square slab concrete. It's not big enough for a car to fit on under any circumstances. And I'll be glad to leave these pictures here with you. The other part, the parking spot that she claims is the one she leases. Well, that property is next door to me too. And the owner, I know for a fact, is going to be selling that property. And I'm sure the lease will not follow the sale because anybody who buys that building, it is zoned as a mixed use building like commercial and residential, just like mine, is going to want to have complete command of that entire parking lot. So in fact, as a practical matter, she has no off-street parking at all. The one spot that she does claim with the slab of concrete here is really inaccessible. It's very hard to get to because it's on a very steep alley. So it's hard to get to anyway, much less get a car fully on that piece of concrete. And there's a property right next door adjacent to hers with the exact same footprint as hers. And that is a gentleman who built 2 parking spaces the right way. It's sufficient size. It's got borders. It's finished. It's got berms. It can be done right. But for her to put 2 parking spaces on her property there, I know she doesn't want to do it because it would take up the backyard almost entirely. And she wants to use that as an entertainment area for tenants. So we've gone through this before. I just don't think that she has sufficient parking for this application. And that's my point. Shall I leave these photographs?
You can give it to the sergeant. Is there anyone else present that'd like to speak in opposition? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually you'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
I'll now close the public hearing. Petitioner, would you like to make some closing comments?
I would please.
Is that yes or?
Yes, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Hand, do you have the photo that says Leo's parking situation on that same file that I sent to the clerk? I anticipated this.
This one?
No, those are the emails where he's mean to my tenants. I'm looking for the one where it says Leo's parking or Leo's parking situation or Leo's parking. Yep, that. Okay, so I have a lease with Mike Schmelty, who has the parking lot in the building next to Leo's. Leo doesn't actually care about parking. This is Leo's parking situation in front of his property. And I anticipated he'd come up and say this. And so I want to show the council what we're dealing with. He's parking. There is plenty of parking. A, it's not an issue. And B, he doesn't care. He just wants to stop me from doing what I'm doing. And and I don't want to host events or anything like that. I'm very good at hosting short-term rentals and providing for people to come to Strawberry Hill, a place that I love and that I'm from, and be part of our community. And so I have provided a lease with Mike Schmelty, and Mike has been talking about selling his property for many years. Whether he does or doesn't, I will consent that if there's an issue with parking with me, I will take care of it. And I can, my special use permit can be conditioned on that. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But this is in front of Leo's building. Okay. And so he's not only parking in front of his building, he's parking in front of Mike's building, and he's also taking up, whoever is part of his group is taking up a lot of the road there. But you can also see there's plenty of road left. And right around the corner is my property. So I don't think it's fair for him to come up and say what he said. I just want you guys to see what the truth is.
Okay, thank you. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments? I'll enter. Okay, Commissioner Stikes.
Stites District 7 Gunner, the concrete pad that was in the photo that says that it was for an additional parking spot, is it adequate for a parking spot?
Gunner Head, Director of Planning and Design. No, it doesn't meet the required dimensions for a commercial parking space. And again, we're
Okay,
commercial standards.
okay. But there
You could-
is.
You could fudge it. You know, it's Strawberry Hill, so, but no, it doesn't meet the dimensions required as per code.
So if and when that property was to sell, and now we're looking into the future, right? The owner of that, where she has that current lease space, that could be negotiated into the sale of that property, that she has that lease. That lease could, I mean, we're looking into the future, right? And she would have to come back in, if I'm not mistaken. Her recommendation for approval is for how long? 1 year?
Yes, she previously had a short-term rental that had lapsed, and so this is effectively a brand new, not a renewal, so 1 year.
So
yes.
1 year. So if that happens to change, then that could be a condition at that time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. With that being said, motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, and there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Clerk, can you read the next item?
Special use permit SP 2023-072, Brad Huss. Special use permit for a short-term rental cabin retreat with an alpaca farm at 2914 South 74th Street. Recommended for denial.
Thank you. Ms. Rand, comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for a non-owner occupied, what we're calling short-term rental cabin retreat. I'll say right now that this was one of those short-term rental uses that we did not anticipate when we drafted the short-term rental ordinance and you all adopted last May. So this one was difficult for staff. It is proposing a maximum of 17 units at the end of the day. I believe this is a phased project by the applicant. They're not going to build all, they're proposing to not build all 17 up front. But the site plan we have is for a maximum of 17 total units on the property. This is in the citywide comprehensive plan in the Morris Turner area. Staff received no letters in support. There was opposition at the City Planning Commission earlier this month. There are no notices of violation on this property. There were a couple things raised by members of the public that made planning think twice about our recommendation. We were not able to change it in time for this report. In fact, it's a typo. It should have been changed. It wasn't. So it still reflects that we are in support. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends denial. We do have conditions of approval if you need them.
Thank you, Ms. Rand. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present the application. Please state your name and address.
Rich Jones, 10515 Westbrook Drive, Overland Park, Kansas. We do understand that based on the feedback that we received from the neighbors, that there was great areas of concern. The reason that we've asked for this to be remanded back to Planning Commission is we'd like to discuss with the Planning Commission what our options are. We have no intention, after the Planning Commission or even prior to the Planning Commission public hearing that we had, of building the 17 units. The property has the capability to host the 17 units. Our additional phase one was to build a barn structure and 4 of these cabin rentals. These would be in the 650 to 750 square foot range, with the proposed budget of about 250,000 per unit. We do have a meeting scheduled with the Planning Commission on December 4th with Mr. Malloy and Mr. Hand to discuss further options, but we were just asking for an extension to go back and look at what we could do to change, and then maybe come back and re-present to the public community again with that meeting, and then again with the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notification of the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none, is there anyone joining us virtually, clerk, who would like to speak in favor of the item?
We do have a hand raised, Kate Hauber. You'll need to unmute, please.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm a resident of Shawnee, Kansas. We live just up the road from this site, and I go by it virtually every day when I am in work and not working from remote. I just want to start out by saying, and I said this at the planning meeting as well, it's a very dangerous road. We've got a lot of traffic. We've had a lot of accidents.
Ma'am, let me stop. Are you in favor of this item or in opposition?
I'm in opposition. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll get back to you.
Okay.
Clerk,
No other hands are raised.
clerk, have you received any direct notification from the public who expressed their comments in opposition of the item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition of the item? Please come forward, state your name and address for the record.
My name is Laura Christensen. I own and operate a farm at 2931 South 78th, which is immediately to the west of the proposed development. I was present along with a lot of neighbors and community members at the Planning Commission. I don't know how many of us spoke against it, but a lot of us did. And I think we did a pretty good job of going through the aspects that planning is supposed to consider when they go through approval. And I think we kind of knocked it out of the park. And I understand that Mr. Foos would like to have, it's a neat idea. The group as a whole was not opposed to development in general, but we really don't want this to happen, and we don't feel like it fits in the neighborhood. For our farm, we really feel it affects our ability to farm and feel that we can keep the neighbors safe and our farm safe and our equipment safe. And that this is basically a hotel asking to go in. And that's not a short-term rental. It's a hotel if you're looking at 17 units. There was a lot of concerns raised, and I don't want to speak for all those neighbors. I would encourage you to look at the minutes of that meeting. There was a lot that was brought forward. I understand that my neighbor is trying to do something with the property, but it's interesting to me that they applied for ag zoning. They were approved. They haven't done anything to comply with ag. I'm not going to comment on the feasibility of an alpaca farm. It's very difficult for me not to, but, and I think it's interesting to note that it was just said that, oh, we actually had no intention of having 17 units. So I think it's difficult for the community to support somebody who says, we want to get rezoned ag. We're not going to do anything ag though. And, oh, we're going to put forward a proposal for 17 units. Oh, we didn't actually mean that. That's not what we're going to do. So,
1 minute remaining.
I just want to state opposition and encourage you to let the planning commission's decision stand. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Barton and I live at 72434 Forest Drive. I also attended the last meeting with the City Planning Commission. I do think that we did a great job in explaining all of the issues we see. Specifically, I spoke about the special use permit of the urban planning and land use in section 27-253 under application requirements, subsection B, technical studies. It lists several different things that should be done. One of those being there is a Class C high hazardous dam located on this property, and we're currently waiting for the results of the inspection that was done. We have heard that possibly that inspections have never been done on this dam. And so that was one of the big concerns that we have, because the impact of that would be property loss, lives lost, so on and so forth. So I think that that's a really crucial point to make, especially since we're waiting for those results to come back. Furthermore, we're not quite sure that this harmonizes with the land or the surroundings. There are businesses, as you heard Laura speak about, that it just doesn't seem that it fits with what they're trying to do, because throughout this whole process, I went to the public meeting, both of them that were held, and I went to the public hearing. This plan keeps changing and we're not sure why. So we bring questions forth. They may be answered, they may not be answered, but the issue is we don't really know what this is or what it looks like. So we would ask that, I'm not sure what we do. Currently, we do not agree with the way that the plan was presented. So would that be
1 minute remaining?
Recommendation to deny, we would ask that the business plan be denied. And I thank you for your time this evening.
Hey, my name is Marcia Kent. I live at 2627 South 72nd Terrace, right around the corner in the hill from where this is being proposed. Just as Stephanie mentioned, there's lack of transparency. That answers keep changing. 1 minute you can have tents there, the next minute you can't. It was going to be called a campground and they couldn't change the terminology, and now it's not a campground. 17 units, not 17 units. Besides all of that, my taxes have gone up over $5,000 overnight, and they haven't even started. I've asked what value they anticipate this to be. No answer. I don't know if I can even afford to stay. I've been there more than 32 years at the same address. My husband and my father are both retired Kansas City, Kansas firemen. I've lived here my whole life. I don't want to be uprooted because I can't afford to stay because of the situation. There's not going to be any security. No security. That's a concern for us. We just talked about what a great job our police department is doing, and we don't want to be pulling them over here for all these little things because they can't take care of their business if there's issues that arise. There's been talk about the increase in traffic, the dangerous curve and hill where even today there was almost a situation, a bus and a truck, you cannot pass at the same time. It's dangerous. Just wanted to bring a few of our concerns and we are strongly opposed. We don't want it. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Lloyd. I'm at 3155 Cordero Lane. I'm to the southwest of this proposed land project, whatever you want to call it. I don't think they're sure what they want to call it. The community has spoken against this in full force. It does not fit with our community, and I think it's pretty evident from the beginning when they the first meeting that they had was 2 o'clock in the afternoon on a weekday in a working class community. I've said this at the last meeting, I'm third generation on the property that I'm at. I have the fourth and fifth generation coming up on it. It does not fit the community. He said that they did not propose putting 17 units, yet in the initial information that I received in the mail, it had 17 units on it. So they double speak. The size of the cabins that they were talking about, if I remember correctly, they were talking about 550 to 600 square feet at the last meeting. Now he's upped it to 650 to 700 square feet, which if I understand right, is getting closer to what's allowed. Anyway, just strong opposition to this. Want somebody that's going to work with the community, not against it. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to speak in opposition? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually you'd like to speak in opposition?
We have Miss Kate Hauber that originally thought she was speaking and she's still online. Go ahead.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I am speaking, my husband and I live rarely right.
Ma'am.
I'm sorry. Yes.
State your name and address, please.
Yes, Kate Halber. I'm at 4708 Mullen Road, Shawnee, Kansas. We've lived here for 34 years. We live at the top of the hill, just where Mullen Road turns into 74th Street, and right on the Wyandotte County line between Wyandotte and Johnson County. This is one neighborhood from one end of the street down to Holiday Drive. And as has been stated, it is a residential neighborhood. It's a narrow street. There are dangers to the street. We've witnessed many accidents. We've witnessed hill hopping. There's speed issues on this road. There's a blind curve on this road. So I just would point out that to add any more traffic that would be consistent with this kind of a use of this property would be very difficult. And it is supposed to be a 25-mile-an-hour zone, and I can tell you that most people don't drive 25 miles an hour going down this road. And as also was stated, if you've got two people coming head on, one is a larger truck, you just can't get through it. So I wanted to point that out because we see it from the perspective of people either trying to gun to get up the hill or really coming down that hill and going so fast you really shouldn't be walking on the road. But more importantly, what I'd like to do is just to make sure that everyone understands, at least in my reading of this ordinance, and as was stated earlier, this ordinance really was not intended, when in reading it, is not intended to cover something like this. You know, to put in, even if you don't put in up to 17 units, this is still not a short-term rental. A short-term rental anticipates the rental of a dwelling, and a dwelling is not a motel or a hotel. And there's a reason for that, especially for issuing a special use permit in an area that is heavily residential. And I think that it's critical to note that the ordinance itself carves out from dwelling any motel or hotel, as does the definition of short-term rental. It carves out.
1 minute remaining.
It carves out any motel, hotel, or lodging. The one item that I would note too is that there are 3 ways that a short-term rental can be approved. 2 of them clearly don't apply. The third would be one subsection C of the ordinance, and even in that, that anticipates a short-term rental of one unit on one parcel. We're talking multiple units on one parcel. So I think by that alone, this does not meet the definition. And this also, again, there's a reason that we have rezoning that is required to put these in place, because there are more protections for landowners, for residents who adjoin the property. And when you're trying to really change the entire character of a neighborhood that has always been heavily and primarily residential. I appreciate the time and being able to talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Clerk, anyone else joining us virtually?
Yes, Jess Dieterding. You'll need to unmute, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. State your name and residence.
This is Jessica Kent Dieterding. I'm at 2629 South 72nd Terrace. I just wanted to circle back a little bit on the security thing. This property is nestled in between a couple other properties. There's a huge pond on the property that's kind of shared and used by the neighbors. It's nestled up right next to a farm with cows. It's nestled up right next to a very large water treatment plant. And so far, there's not been shown any plans, business plan, presentation, anything to give us a better idea of what to expect or what's going on. And on top of that, the plan is only to have somebody on site Monday through Friday during the day, not in the evenings, not on the weekends, which is the main time this will be used. And none of the people that are involved in this project live in the area. I don't believe any of them even live in the county. So it's one of those things of what's going to happen with this. How are we going to monitor to make sure, a lot of us go to that pond and Neighborly, and, I fish there as a kid, my kids fish there. How are we going to keep it family friendly? How are we going to keep it safe? Those are all things that are just super concerning with this situation on top of the road. And the fact of, at the last meeting, there was several of us that did come and talk. There was a whole presentation that we all had that was more than was even given to us about what we're going into. So I think the biggest thing is this sounds like a commercial property. There's not even any plan of anyone living on the property when this is happening. So it doesn't make any sense to us. And we're just really, really concerned.
Our next speaker is Christopher Hanlon. You'll need to unmute. State your name and residence.
My name is Christopher Hanlon, 3000 South 74th Street, Kansas City, Kansas, 66106. I've been a resident in Wyandotte County for 20 years. I've lived at my residence for 10 years. I have 1,100 feet property line with the proposed project. I have 2 young children, and I have a lot of concerns about this commercial project surrounding my residential setting. I have many concerns with the amount of zoning laws this currently violates. And quite frankly, I'm pretty upset that it's even got this far. These zoning laws are in place to protect the citizens of Wyandotte County. And right now, we're here wasting our time. We shouldn't be here. These zoning laws should be in place to protect us. It shouldn't even got this far. We have a Class C hazard dam. It is a lawsuit waiting to happen. It hasn't even been inspected by the state in over 60 years. Class C hazard dams have to be inspected per state law every 3 years. They have no inspection on record with the state of Kansas. They're still awaiting the first inspection in over 60 years on this large dam. I would ask you to listen to your planning commission, who unanimously thought this was a bad idea as well, and do your due diligence and protect the citizens of Wyandotte County. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you, Clerk. Would the petitioner like to make some closing comments?
We have heard all these comments and taking those into consideration. That is why we want to move back to the Planning Commission. In regards to some of the things that were spoken of, traffic, we did ask the city about having to do a traffic study, and it was deemed not necessary. for the area at the time. We are willing to move forward and pay for a traffic study if we move forward with any more of this. We understand the dam situation. Dam was built in 1955. 2 years ago, I believe Mr. Kimna, the owner of the property, did have the dam inspected by an engineer. It was not inspected by the state. We were not aware of a state permit required. But since the state has come out, they are working on a dam report and we are waiting on those results to come back. So we are aware of that situation. As far as the property and the lake itself, it is private property. The lake is private property to the owner of Mr. Kimna. Moving forward, I would say that we will take the necessary steps, protect that lake for the safety of the neighbors and the people in the area, but the lake is private property owned by Mr. Kimna. And again, we'd like you to take into consideration remanding this back to the planning commission and letting us have some more conversation, maybe some redevelopment on this project, and then moving forward again. Thank you.
Thank you. Do any members of the commission have any comments or questions? Seeing none, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Mr. Jones, you said you would like to have this reprimand referred back to planning and zoning. Do you have a different proposal you want to propose for the site?
We're thinking we're going to have a different proposal. Yes. So is that a different number of units? Is that going to be a residential home on the property from Mr. Kimna? We're looking at our options right now, which is why we want to have this meeting again with the planning commission.
Thank you. Mr. Hand, if this went back to committee, if we refer this back to committee, this same project could advance and come back before us again. If would it go back on a consent calendar for us to review again? I know it'd have to go back through the process, but if it went through the process for denial, would it come back forward on a consent calendar again, just like it did tonight?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. I'd say two things to that, Commissioner. If you all remanded it back to Planning Commission in December, we'd probably have to continue it because to change the project between in the next 2 weeks would take maybe a little more time than that. Because it's asking for 17 units, and if they were to reduce it, we could probably use the same case number and notification, all that material and all that information. So if whatever the Planning Commission then decides about a revised project, yes, would come back to the Board of Commissioners. And if it was unanimously recommended one way or another, it would again be on consent. Just a quick point of clarification for everybody. If it were to be denied, the applicant would not be able to file another special use permit for a short-term rental for a year.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. In light of the fact that we have no short-term rental ordinance that addresses this type of use, I would move for denial. Support the recommendation of the planning and zoning.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stites.
Commissioner Stites, District 7. So I timed periodically tune in and watch the planning and zoning meetings, on a night I don't have anything else going on. And Gunnar, if you can, how many people spoke in opposition that night?
We recorded 38 people.
Yeah, it was
not all of them. Sorry, Gunnar Hand, Planning and Urban Design. Not all of them spoke, but we did. I think it was around 15, 16 people spoke, and then we did a show of hands, and I counted 38.
Right. I would say that's pretty accurate. A lot of opposition. And how many short-term rentals would we allow right now on a single parcel?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. So the way that the ordinance was written, it based a density calculation per parcel on a building typology. So like if it's a duplex, you could have 2 short-term rentals in that duplex. As it increased in size, it kind of reduced the amount of majority. The intent of allowing multifamily units, fourplex, six, whatever, to have more than, was to add that flexibility, but we did it in a way so that it was less than the majority of the units. We wanted to make sure it was still the spirit of the ordinance was that this was focused on owner occupation versus having short-term rental hotel essentially. So a multiple number of units could be allowed on a single parcel like this, but we never said, it was always based on what the building typology was, and there's no building here. So I think one of the biggest concerns staff has for this is, let's say you guys approve and then don't renew it in a year. We have 17 dwelling units on a single parcel that can't be there. So that would require a subdivision, a rezoning ordinance, all kinds of things. Even if they went just with 4, we'd have to subdivide the property and figure it out and or pull up millions of dollars of infrastructure and investment, which is a waste.
Right, and right now it's currently zoned ag, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, I mean, it from what I viewed that night and watching it, I mean, it's clearly to me an attempt to circumvent the zoning change to commercial, right? It's 17 VRBOs
Correct.
on one parcel. And I listened closely and there was a lot of opposition, and it just, as I will back up the commissioner that made the motion to support the recommendation for denial.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Markman.
I just wanted to ask a clarifying question because you mentioned their inability to come back and apply for short-term rentals. But I think the applicant said, we're not really sure what we would do. Maybe it's a single family home, maybe they could come back with an application for something totally different after a denial. They just couldn't come back with an application for a short-term rental. Is that correct?
Yeah, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Yeah, the code basically says that you can't come back and apply for the same project. It has to be significantly different. So a short-term rental at 17 and a short-term rental at 4, I would interpret as the same thing. So correct.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion. Commissioner Stites, just for clarity, was that a second?
Yes.
Okay, there's a motion and a second for denial. Is there any further discussion?
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think we never got the purpose of the opposition. We have to state the reason for opposition, and it can't be public opposition.
Commissioner Burrows.
I believe I made a statement, Gunner, in reference to the fact that there's not a policy, and I had it right here. I apologize. I shut my document here. The fact that we have no short-term rental ordinance to address this type of use.
You're right. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Commissioner Stites. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
My I vote is a vote to uphold the denial, correct? Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our planning and zoning non-consent agenda. And the first item, clerk, would you read that? Please.
Special use permit SP 2023-042, Matt Thomas with Firm Foundation Ministries, Inc. Special use permit to operate a group dwelling unit at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard, recommended for approval for 2 years by a vote of 6-2.
All right. I'll ask staff to make some opening remarks. Mr. Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, we have a special use permit for a group home. This was remanded back to the City Planning Commission for more input in October. We had that second, I believe it was the second hearing at City Planning Commission. The applicant noted some additional input that was received. I think he can go over that and any other additional input they've received since the City Planning Commission as well. Excuse me, this is in the Northeast Area Plan. We've received letters both in support and opposition. There are some old notices of violation related to this property that have been rectified by the applicant. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 2 years with conditions.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public? I'm sorry. Petitioner, the petitioner present. I'm sorry. Unanimous.
Mr. Thomas.
Yes,
Go
how
ahead.
you doing? This is Mr. Thomas. I apologize. I'm out of town working. What I wanted to do is I wanted to kind of clear up a couple things. I hope you guys are doing well, and I hope your Thanksgiving was well. I had a great conversation with the gentleman today who's in charge of the community around that area, and he had some questions. And so I want to kind of clear up what we are not. We are not developers. We are not a Johnson County deal trying to come into the community and hurt the people in the community. We are not trying to place a bunch of quote unquote undesirable problems in the community. That's not our intention. Our intention is not to do any of that. And I apologize for any way, shape, or form that we have shown that. I apologize for any way, shape, or form that has been carried across. We don't have big money in our bank accounts to where we're trying to just come in and take over neighborhoods. I was the founder of Firm Foundations. I'm a justice involved individual, and the opportunity was to provide housing for guys just like me that don't have a place to live. And so I just wanted to kind of clear that up. We only have the property on 5th Street and this one on Quindaro. I also want to clear up that we have not had more than 5 men live in the upstairs of 1723 Quindaro since we have owned the property. So we have not been in, we have not done anything against, having enough people to cause a special use permit. We've always had 5 or under. So these are some of the things that we're not. I lived in Wyandotte County in Kansas City, Kansas, when we started our first house there. I also want to clear up some other things. It was notated last time at the last commission meeting that there was a shooting that involved our house, and that wasn't the truth. The truth was two cars were shooting at each other, and it was the neighbor's house whose cars got shot. We only had one stray bullet that hit the house, and they actually made the report that involved 2 cars. I wanted to clear up the fact that, we have predators living in our spaces, because we do not. Yes, we do help those that have had violence offenses. We help those that have had drug offenses, and we do help those that have had some sexual offenses in nature. By no means is it a matter of we're just trying to find a place to put them, so we found a poor neighborhood and we're going to exploit it. That is not who we are. That is not what we do. And I hope that in time we can show that. What we are is we are a nonprofit that was literally built for the purpose of bringing redemption to people's lives. And especially at 1723 Quindaro, Pastor Bailey and his wife ran Love Outreach and Love Fellowship in that building. 2 years before I even purchased it, and honestly, I didn't purchase it. There was 2 churches that came together to help purchase the building because they loved the vision that we had. But I had been upstairs and I taught the men that were living upstairs under Pastor Bailey about how to have healthy reentry, have a healthy reentry mindset, and how to keep a job, and how to learn skills to be able to change the way they think so that they can live differently. And it was cool because I was like, man, this would be awesome to do what we do when it comes to training leaders, to have a church on the first floor and be able to like love and wrap around the community. And so when we actually had the opportunity, it was an interesting way that it happened. And it was like a friend that mentored people inside prison was like, hey, there's a building for sale. And so that's how that came about. So Pastor Bailey was doing it there. He had a special use permit there. And he was providing amazing services that were emergency services for overnight or longer to help men get off the street and be able to start a life. And we kind of do the same thing, except it's a little more long-term and it's a little different. We take leaders that we have worked with that we started while they're incarcerated, and we train them to be church planters or just leaders in what they want to do, and help them not only grow emotionally, but we help them grow spiritually. We help them find a job. We lock them into living, and they serve downstairs in the church underneath our awesome pastor Abe, whose family really is from around that area. And so it wasn't like we're just coming to ruin somebody's neighborhood or anything. The reason I share this is because I did not grow up with money. I lived, like I said, I lived in Kansas City. My kids went to Bethel. My older boy actually went to Banneker down there. And it was like, so I don't want there to be any ill-conceived notions that we are trying to hurt the community in any way, shape, or form. I really just want to help these men that have been incarcerated to have a better life. And the best way that I have found to do that after years of doing this is to empower men that have been incarcerated to lead other men to go down a different path. And so that's what we're trying to do at 1723 Quindaro. We're not trying to cause problems. We're not trying to push away people that are developing. We are actually carrying on the dream and vision that Pastor Bailey had. And by the way, he even said that himself when we had our first church service there last August. Pastor Bailey was there, and he was just shook because he was so happy to see the building redone and the mission carrying on. And I open this to any of you commissioners that want to come take a look, that want to look through, see what we do. It's an open book. So please come and do that. But that's who we are. That's what we do. And the other stuff is what we are not. Thank you, guys.
I'll now open the public hearing. Clerk, are there any notifications received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Please come forward and state your name and address.
My name is Chad Phillips. I live at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard, the property in question for the special use permit. I've lived there since May of 2023. At this time last year, I was sitting in Shawnee County Jail. My addiction, which I struggled with for my entire life, had gotten me there. And it was probably the lowest I'd ever been. If it wasn't for the organization of Firm Foundations and transitional houses like this that they run, I would probably be in a Kansas penitentiary right now instead of standing in front of you speaking. What I've done in the time since I've been at the location on Quindaro is I've served in the church downstairs. I've helped run our services on Sunday mornings. I've preached messages on Sunday mornings. I've helped with our food, mobile food pantry that comes to the building every first and third Monday of the month. I've volunteered up the street at Village Initiative, and I've become a part-time employee with Firm Foundations, working as their intake coordinator, screening the applications for men wanting to join one of our houses throughout Wichita, Topeka, and Kansas City. I'm able to stand here today because there is an opportunity for me to go to a structured, overseen environment. My other option would have been a structured, overseen environment behind bars. Whether you approve this permit or not doesn't mean this building goes away. It means that we simply can't assist 2 more men. Without a special use permit, we can have up to 5 individuals in the building. We have 4 right now. We work with the Freedom Initiative program to train guys who are serving in our churches inside the Kansas prison system, to train them to be leaders. And it's our goal to be able to have additional beds as these guys begin to release, so that we can continue to work with them, empower them in the community, and help them to be stable and productive members of our society. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rachel Russell, and I was not planning to talk on this, but since I'm here waiting at 10:30 at night, like the rest of you, I thought I would share a few things. I know that many of you are no stranger that NIMBYism is a thing in our community. It is a thing that runs rampant. For many of you, you know what I do in my day job. You know that housing is an issue. Housing is much more of an issue for individuals who are justice served in our community, specifically Black men. I thank the gentleman who just spoke before me, who shared his lived experience. He has almost zero options in our community. A, because we don't have a shelter. B, because many people live in a world of NIMBYism where they're not willing to take a chance. So we oftentimes like to say, do the crime, do the time, but our community has not come around to a place where second chance citizens have an opportunity to truly thrive. What this project is doing is providing an opportunity for 2 to 3 more individuals in our community to have that opportunity to thrive with supports. We talk a lot about wraparound services. For many of you who have been around for a while, you know that Love Outreach was the extreme cold weather facility for Wyandotte County. And they are doing some of the same similar work with different leadership to make this possible. So I would urge you to please approve this opportunity for those men and women, or those men in this situation, who need an opportunity to be supported and have a home in Wyandotte County. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present that would like to speak in favor of this item? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of this item?
We have a hand raised with the identification of Andrew and Adria. You'll need to go ahead and unmute and identify with name and residence, please.
Hi, my name is Adria Medlin. I live at 6005 Horton Place in St. Louis. I am the operations director for Farm Foundations Ministries. And, you know, as everybody has mentioned, we've been here a few times before. We've presented our case and what we do. We've listened to a lot of tough opinions about who we are and what we do, and even a lot of testimony about us, as Matt mentioned, that has not been true. And yet we have done everything that has been asked of us along the way, even in the face of a lot of opposition and frankly, some very general unkindness toward the men in our program. We've heard a lot in previous meetings, the refrain, we believe in second chances, but and I really get it. Second chances shouldn't just be handed out without wisdom, but I really believe that we and our men have continued to prove that we do our very best to act with integrity and care and with the best interest of the people we come in contact with in mind. We ask that you approve the special use permit tonight. I'm really struggling at this point to understand what the basis for denial is, when we've done everything that has been asked of us and we've provided many voices of community support. And for the fact that, as Chad mentioned, this permit doesn't even have anything to do with whether or not we can continue to have leadership housing or whether we can continue to have Safe Haven Church there and do outreaches in the community. All of that is going to continue. We already can house up to 5 men and have 4 there. This permit is only about us wanting to be able to house the 2 additional men we have capacity for. And I would really love to hear tonight, we believe in second chances, and we want to make sure there are 2 more slots available for men who are working so hard to heal and grow and restore. We appreciate your time. Thank you.
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Clerk, is there anyone joining us? Have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please come to the podium, state your name and address for the record.
Carolyn White, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm not against second chances, but what I am against is Quindaro Boulevard. Quindaro hasn't had any problems in a while. But when you have sex offenders, we need a lot of things on Quindaro, but we don't need sex offenders. These people that are talking about Quindaro and about the place there, it's not their neighborhood. They don't live there. So it's no bother to them. We have kids that walk up and down Quindaro. There's schools around there. And to have sex offenders in your neighborhood, this is my neighborhood. So what I'm saying, they can speak all they want to, but if they don't open their own neighborhood up, And this is about money. You get grant money to help sex offenders or people that coming out of jail, wherever they coming from. Everybody has somebody that's been in jail. But like I say, we've been cleaning Quindale up. We're trying to get businesses. We're trying to get homes. Those are things we're looking for. Speak about that. You know, you already have homes where you are. You have restaurants, you have grocery stores. We have none of that. But they can hurry up and want to bring people that sex offenders or whatever to the neighborhood. This is not their neighborhood. Let them bring them to their neighborhood. So I speak against this. You know, I love people. I love everybody. But right now we're trying to grow Quindale. We're trying to grow our neighborhoods. So we need positive. We need homes. We need grocery stores. I have to leave my area to go to a grocery store. There's no reason why I should have to leave where I live and go spend my money in Missouri or out Overland Park. We all have to leave because I'll go Quindale. I mean, I'll go up on 5th Street, but that's not grocery shopping. I'm glad to have that up there because otherwise, I don't know where I would go get. I have to go to 18th Street. I have to go out Lenexa. I have to go out.
1 minute remaining.
I have to go out to 100th Street, whatever. But I can't shop in my own neighborhood. Help us with that. When we get those things done in our neighborhood, that makes a difference. Then we can help our kids. They can have a place, a safe place. We're looking for a safe place for our kids. This young man from St. Louis, wherever he lives, this young lady where she lives, you know, but they don't live in our neighborhood. So I'm speaking for our neighbor, safe neighborhood for our kids to walk them down Quindale. There's Northwest right around the corner. So think about that. But like I said, we don't need that. We need other things. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Walker Yeager. I am the Vice President of Parkwood Neighborhood Association. I have, first of all, when we spoke, I listened to everybody when they had meetings, when they had things got approved, when they had community meetings. Since the Love and Care Ministries was closed, I ran Divine Connections. I am the one who did the 500 homeless down in Bartle Hall. I'm the one who took over all the people, majority of the men that came out of Loving Care Ministries, and it was emergency shelter that helped with Wyandotte County. So these were not guys that had been incarcerated. So this is a whole total turn in difference. So although he had a special use permit, they should have let the community know, because it's a change and it's a difference when you bring in an actual people who are incarcerated. And if we just watched the news just 2 days ago, Alton Perkins had just raped a 5-year-old. He had and just killed someone in the penitentiary. And it's just crazy. We have too many schools in that neighborhood. So the recidivism rate to put someone back in a crime, drug neighborhood that we have been trying to clean up is low. If you're trying to build up our community and raise our, you've already raised our taxes, now you're trying to lower our property value. Quindale has just been made nationally known. We put Kansas on the map. Quindale put Kansas on the map. Now you got people coming over to come visit. We have students that are come visit. I wish you could look at our page, my Facebook page, because you could see the people that are coming over from Missouri, Shawnee Mission, Olathe, everywhere to come visit our neighborhood. We want to keep our people that are traveling here safe. This is going to be a national heritage trail that's going to be looked at throughout our United States. And I need you guys to take that same passion that you have regarding a bridge and to take that for our kids, our elderly, that have to walk back and forth to school. Now, I'm not against second chances. But it cannot be in our community on Fifth Street. And we do not want it on 17th Street. We do not want it in the North End East District at all. I hear enough gunshots. I'm tired. And I'm speaking for my whole complete neighborhood. So I appreciate you all. Please take that same passion because you know I'm passionate. Thank you.
Victor Harris, Kansas City, Kansas. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for giving me this opportunity to speak. About 5 years ago, I stood here and did the same speak to the commissioners because of these facilities want to come in the Northeast area. My issue is location, location, location. We had one that was going to try to come into Fairfax. Fairfax opposed that. They was against it. They was even talking about maybe pulling out some business. They didn't want it. Thank you, commissioners. Y'all voted and we got it out. But I do not understand why is it that all of these facilities have to be in the Northeast area. I own my property. I've been there 37 years since I came back to the military. I raised my kids there. They've grown and moved on there. It's just me and my wife. But why do I have to live with these? I'm not against second chances. Let's get that clear, because some of the people that know me that look at this video know my family. So let's not get that where he's against second chance. I just location why we can't have these organizations come in here and research, find other locations to put these at. Why you have to come in a centralized area like Quindale? Like before I came up here and talked, we had 3 and was working on a 4th when the Fairfax had got approved. Right now, we're looking at 2, and there's a possible one on 13th and Parallel. I'm gonna find out what it is. Why is it they have to come in? And then the one that's at Quindale that we're talking about now, it's been thousands of dollars rehabbing that facility. I went in, I toured it, I talked to the minister because I was the president of OCP in the neighborhood. I've worked in that neighborhood. I've worked with the kids. I've worked with the community. The people know me. So it's not like I have not lived in that community and tried to do anything to develop and make it better for other people. That's all I have ever done. But location, location, location. And to another one, there's a lady that's got a daycare.
1 minute remaining.
She's watching these kids while people go to work that's less than a block away. And she takes them out and she walks them down that area and walk there. Northwest is there also, but it's a daycare with little bitty babies. I think the oldest one I seen run around there was probably maybe 10 years old. Babies. We got sex offenders inside there. You have no idea how sex offenders mind click. Is anybody up here a psychiatrist? We don't know how they're going to think. 1 minute they could be perfect, come out and be this mild citizen, and then snap. 5-year-old get murdered, raped. We don't want that in Wyandotte County. I know you guys don't want that on you. So I'm asking you, commissioners, please, please overturn this and stop them from coming into the Northeast area. I bet you we're moving out to Mike Kane's district. Thank you.
Karen Daniels, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm the president of Boston Daniels Corporation, and we are the project manager for Boston Daniels Park. It's $1 million design that's going on 7th and Quindale. I've also obtained property across the street from Boston Daniels Park in hopes of opening a community center there. So I say no to this. We're hoping to bring families into our area, to revitalize our area, and we want our children to feel safe. So I'm saying no.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak in opposition? Okay, clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually?
Beverly Easterwood. You'll need to unmute, state your name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, and County Administrator. My name is Beverly Easterwood, 950 Washington Boulevard. In recognition of Sister Roberta's prayer, acknowledging that tonight's meeting agenda is long, and in keeping with your request for brief comments, I would simply like to express that the Douglas Sumner Neighborhood Association supports the position of OCP in opposition to SP 2023-042. Thank you.
We have Sylvia online. You'll need to unmute, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Sylvia King. I'm at 617 Freeman Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas. I'm also the president of the Turtle Hill Community Association, and I support the organization to oppose this establishment. And the reasons are, our children are already exposed to too much of society. They do not need to be at risk with those who were released from prison. I do believe in second chances, but everyone is not reformed when they're released from prison. We cannot expose nor take the risk of jeopardizing our children's future. There are elementary schools around, middle school around, and it is too much. Location, location, location. I agree with the gentleman that spoke before. It needs to go somewhere else. In the North End, we need positivity, and this is not one. However, it's a good service, but not here. Thank you very much for your time.
There are no other hands raised.
Thank you, clerk.
Mayor, we have, no, never mind.
Okay. I'll now close the public hearing. Petitioner, would you like to make some closing comments?
Yes, I would love to. And I mean, no disrespect to anybody anywhere, like crime is a problem. And you guys know better than I do as the commissioners that no matter what, there is a flood of men returning to these communities. There's a flood of people that are even if you just take the Wyandotte County people that actually go to prison from Wyandotte County, like they're coming home. Statistics say like 92% of people come home from incarceration. I understand concerns, and I do not want to take any of this lightly. I understand that, yes, we work with men that have sexual offenses. I understand that the fear of that, but not every person that is a sex offender is a child predator, and not every sex offense has to do with children. There's a wide spectrum of them. The fear, I totally understand, and so I don't want to shrug that off as it's not a big deal, because it is. But at the same time, like men that come out of incarceration, whether sexual offense or not, need a place to transition to become successful. There are more problems with men coming out of prison that are small-time drug offenders and the likes of that, and charges like that have more of a chance of reoffending. And that's just statistically speaking. I'm not trying to justify anything. I'm not trying to make light of it. The men we work with are vetted. We have a 12-page application. They are approved. Chad that got up and spoke, he is our intake and outtake coordinator. He is the one that looks over the applications, says no. Some of our determining factors are, what does their DR history look like? What are the crimes? How are the, are they in and out of prison? Like, these are some of the things that we take very serious with what we do. Now, we can't control how these guys live life, and we can't control what happens after they are done being incarcerated, but we try our best to outfit all of them with a healthy environment, a job, and all the things needed for success and community development. And so I just you know, I just want to say I understand and I appreciate all the concerns. But like, we're just trying to do something positive. And so I apologize for offending anybody along this line. Thank you, Mayor Gardner.
Thank you. Commissions have comments and
Yes.
questions? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. White, we were done with that. We closed the public comment.
Get the last word. I don't want to get the last word.
That's just the way this process works. I apologize.
We got a swimming pool area and people walk back and forth. People walk back and forth in the swimming pool.
Thank you, Ms. White.
Put clothes on.
Thank you. But ma'am, we gotta stick to the process, okay? Please respect our rules of procedure. Thank you. Commissioner Bynum.
Mayor, thank you. Commissioner Gil Townsend sent a statement to me that she asked me to read into the record for the evening since she is not here tonight. And it says, Mayor, fellow commissioners, and members of the public, those circumstances related to my family member's recent death prevent my appearance before you tonight. I must again by this message voice my unequivocal opposition to the approval of the proposed house at 1723 Quindaro Boulevard. As I stated the last time this item was presented to the commission for action, this activity is not desired by the neighborhood group located in that area. Furthermore, for at least a decade, similar services have been and are being provided by another organization, the Village Initiative, within several blocks of the applicant's address. Furthermore, the applicant admitted on the record of the board's September 28th hearing on this matter that there are no limitations on the type of former offenders that will be housed at the location on Quindaro. Of particular concern to me and others is the fact that persons with histories of sexual offenses will be allowed as occupants. As I stated during that September meeting, I think it an unacceptable safety risk to that neighborhood to allow such occupancy, especially since Quindaro Elementary School is within blocks of 17th and Quindaro. To allow this application to proceed in light of that fact alone is unconscionable, as efforts continue to appeal to potential developers to uplift and revitalize this particular neighborhood area. The activity proposed by this application, if permitted, will only make it more difficult, if not impossible, to uplift this area. Additionally, it was indeed disrespectful to this neighborhood that the applicant proceeded to operate there without investigating what legal steps would be needed to operate a transition house. For an organization that states it has been in business 10 plus years, they knew or should have known some licensing, etc., would be required. In my opinion, this was merely an attempt to avoid the situation that now confronts them, i.e. having to seek approval for their proposed activity. Furthermore, there has been no showing of nor guarantee that the occupants at this location will be monitored or overseen as to their activities. Lastly, this organization, by way of their property at 2204 North Fifth Street, has been the scene of several documented drive-by shootings before and after this commission's denial last month of a similar SUP request. This request for the Quindaro property should be denied as well. Commissioner Gil Townsend, District 1.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I tell my students, for me, just because the late at night, math is not mathing in my head. So at this property, are they currently operating at this property that the 1723 Quindaro, Mr. Hand?
Gunner, Director of Planning and Resign. Yes.
Okay, and so the SUP that is before us, what exactly is it? What exactly is it doing?
A special use permit is required for a group home for 6 or more unrelated individuals. So you can have 5 or fewer without a special use permit.
So in essence, when we deny this, just so the community is aware, if or when we deny it, if that's the choice of the commission, this organization is still going to remain there and do the work that they've been doing.
As I understand it, yes.
So because it's 5 or fewer, they don't need an SUP, correct?
Correct. So
Okay,
if you deny it, they can have a maximum of 5 unrelated people at this location.
and continue the work that they've been doing.
Mhm.
Okay, that's where I was confused and trying to get it straight in my head. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. I find myself held in tension with regard to this. Where I minister at, we've been dealing with prison ministry for well over 30 years and have been also dealing with those returning citizens back into our communities. And so that is something that has been near and dear. I know Reverend Bailey personally, been knowing him all my life. And so I've been over to the building, I've toured the building, I know what they've done in the past. But then I'm also pro-development. And I have a project right now that it is so slow in getting developed because the financing companies, the financiers, the ones that have the money to provide, to build different things in the urban core, get leery when they think that there is crime in the neighborhood. And so I think right now that Quindaro Boulevard is ready for economic development. It's not nearly as dangerous as what it used to be. I think it's ready for true economic development. And unfortunately, these types of organizations tend to make those that have the final decision as to the money, not the city government, but the financiers, private developers, private financiers that have nothing to do with the city. And I know that because I used to work as a banker, and even to my own dismay, where I work, they made it very clear on certain elements that caused them to deny financing projects. This is not in my district, but Commissioner Townsend's lines and District 4 lines tend to kind of go in and out. I hear her in her comments, and I think that right now I'm going to motion that we deny this request due to the character of the neighborhood. And yeah, I'll leave it there.
Okay. Commissioner Davis. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. As somebody that has worked pretty close, I think we all have worked with the Village Initiative. They do really good work. I hear particularly folks that live in that area saying it's not never, right? Because there are already services there. What we're really talking about is this oversaturation, right? Where it's, if we're going to have mixed income communities, you can't just concentrate one particular development or one particular area of services in one area and not have it spread out. I agree with that. As somebody that I live next to Eileen's place, I live next to a place that does offer affordable housing. And it comes with challenges, but it's also a blessing to be a commissioner and to actually say, I understand the impact of that. But I agree with my colleague, and I will second that. Again, the oversaturation piece is the main concern, and I hear you all. And this organization will still be able to operate. And so I don't want anyone to get confused about that. What this does is it puts a cap on how many. And I say that because it's just the truth. I do not want anyone leaving here with false notions of what this vote will do. But I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Kane, you have a comment? Okay. Just my comment, I said it last time, when this same organization wanted to go on Fifth Street. I support Commissioner Townsend, Commissioner Johnson, the comments from really all the commissioners that have spoken tonight, the community that has spoken opposition. My opinion is this is not what the Northeast needs. When you talk about an area that has been redlined and disinvested and disenfranchised for far too long, as the mayor, part of my job is to go out and sell our community and to try and get individual developers and people looking to relocate to our community and really sell them on how great and wonderful Wyandotte County is. And the challenge for me is to make sure that that's done in a way that is accurate and truthful, and looking at both sides, west and east. At some point, I just have to ask that those individuals that may not be as connected to our community groups in those areas in downtown, Armourdale, Argentine, Rosedale, and the Northeast, that may not have those cultural connections, to start building them here in the unified government. And I don't mean that as a dig on anybody, because I hear this time and time again, of how we keep going backwards to disinvestment and disenfranchising a community that has said we've had enough and we're tired and we're exhausted and we can't take anymore. We pay our taxes, we love our kids, we raise our families, and we deserve the same types of opportunities in economic development. Let's talk grocery stores in these areas. Let's talk restaurants in these areas. Let's talk housing that's affordable for all income levels in these areas. I look at Atlanta, I look at Houston, I look at Washington, DC, I look at Dallas, and I've seen what these communities have done to really turn around distressed communities and really with intention put the types of policies and economic investments behind those. We have to start seeing our community as one whole community and not partitioning it off to where one part gets benefits and the other part is left to die to its own demise. East of 635 is a gold mine of opportunity. I believe the residents that live in those areas see it and they know it. People outside of Wyandotte County see it and they know it. We are better than liquor stores, check cashing places, halfway houses. And I don't want Wyandotte County to also be considered a home base for homelessness or a portal for poverty, because that's what other people see, some see our community as. We can develop and revitalize our neighborhoods in our community today in a way that provides all the amenities and the resources that can provide livable and safe neighborhoods for all our residents, east and west. And I think we need to think along those lines. And for those individuals that don't live in this community, I reject any type of developments that do not reflect the values and the will of the people that actually live here. And if you talk to these people, you've heard them tonight, they don't want this in their community. I can tell you, if you take this same type of development and you talk about putting it at 87th and 435, I believe Lenexa would run you out of town. Try putting the same development in certain parts of Kansas City, Missouri, where they're seeing a resurgence of activity and development, or up north. My point is there's development all around Wyandotte County. There's a donut hole in the metro and it exists east of 635. But that's where the land is cheapest, and that's where the land is probably the most when you talk about the gold mine for opportunities. And when you talk about the name Quindaro and what that means nationally, I don't want anyone that comes to this town and think of Quindaro to be something other than what it started as being, what was a bastion of opportunity and hope and freedom. of diversity of American Indians, abolitionists, and African Americans coming together and creating something great. And I've talked to a lot of older folks, and they are brokenhearted to see how the Northeast, especially that area on Quindaro, has went from being something thriving and vibrant to something that is a desolate desert of hopelessness and not much opportunity. And I think what this offers us, this conversation and listening to the residents that are saying, not only do we want more, we need to see them as being deserving of more. And as your mayor, I'm going to keep championing that. I'm going to keep advocating for that. And I appreciate this commission, the ones that did speak for seeing that. And I thank the community for coming out and standing up and letting your voice be heard tonight. Because great things are going to happen for Wyandotte County and great things are going to happen east of 635. But we have to see ourselves more than what others see us as. And I'm not going to repeat some of the things that I've heard about Wyandotte County when I was an employee that worked here. A lot of things are shameful of the impressions and perceptions they have of Wyandotte County. And as mayor, I want to work with everyone, commission, staff, and more importantly, as community to turn that perception around. Because we are a first-class city and we should be second to absolutely no one nationally. And these types of programs hinder economic growth and development and those types of opportunities. And so I don't get to vote. If I could, I would third the vote in opposition. So clerk, roll call.
Roll call. Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson.
And I want to make clear, aye is for denial, correct?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to our next item. Clerk, can you read that?
Special use permit SP 2023-038, Alicia Archibald. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 2559 West 46th Avenue. Recommended for approval for 1 year by a vote of 7-1.
Okay, Mr. Rand, could you make some opening comments?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning, and Resign. This is a special use permit for a short-term rental, non-owner occupied. This is in the Rosedale area plan. We've received no letters of support, no letters of opposition. There are no notices of violation. There is one other unpermitted short-term rental on this block that we're tracking. So depending on how this proceeds tonight, if it's denied, I believe we're going to see the application across the street. If it's approved, we're going to ask this person to withdraw their application across the street. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, including a maximum of 6 people, 2 cars off street. We have asked for enhanced landscaping as well as some sidewalk and driveway repairs accordingly.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present the application.
Hi, Brian Archambault here with my wife Alicia. And yes, we are applying for the special use permit for the property that was stated. We purchased the property in November last year. We had tenants at the time who were already in there at the time of purchase who were long-term renters. Their lease ended in June. We realized, I think in April of last year, as we started to look at what we wanted to do with it when their lease was up, short-term rental was part of our plan. We realized we had to go through and apply for the special use permit. And that's this is part of the process to go through with that. So here we are.
Thank you. I guess I will now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if there's any notification received from the public who wish to express their comments
No comments were received.
in favor of the item. Is anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item? If so, raise your hand. Let the record show no hands are raised. I'll ask the clerk if any notifications were received from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item.
No comments received.
Thank you. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Seeing none. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item? If so, please raise your hand.
No hands are raised.
Seeing none, I will close the public hearing.
Stites motion to approve is submitted.
Davis, second.
Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments? Hearing none, we do have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Bynum. Aye. Burrows,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item A3 is a request for special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 508 Ohio Avenue. Please, clerk, please read the item.
Special use permit SP 2023-077, Brian Glazer. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 508 Ohio Avenue. Recommended for approval for 1 year by a vote of 7-1.
Thank you. I'll ask the applicant or representative to present the application. Please state your name. Do you have any opening comments? Oh, Mr. Hand.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is another special use permit for a short-term rental, also non-owner occupied. It was a previously lapsed special use permit. I believe it changed ownership hands as well after lapsing. So this is a new special use permit. I would like to disclose that I live within the notice area for this case. I did not prepare any of or review any of the staff reports accordingly, enough just to get it through Planning Commission and Board of Commissioners. This one is in the central area plan. We received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. There is a notice of violation for a couch on the front porch, which I believe has been rectified by the property owner since the Planning Commission hearing earlier this month. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, a maximum of 6 people, 1 car. If you recall, we reviewed this one. It was one of the first cases I saw 4 years ago. There is no off-street parking on this location. You can kind of see it best in this. When the highway came through, it marooned this property from an alleyway access. And a lot of houses in this part of the community don't have driveways from the front yard. So there is a reserved location that the Public Works painted for the previous special use permit that had lapsed. So their one parking spot is on street.
Thank you, Gunnar. We appreciate your transparency too. Thank you. I'll now ask the applicant or representative to present the application.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Glasser of 730 Minnesota Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. I submitted for the renewal of the STR at 508 Ohio. As city planning mentioned, following ownership transfer, the home's STR permit lapse. I actually heard by way that there was some major aforementioned changes in the ordinances, which we heard about tonight regarding STRs, such as the 1 per block density. So I did reach out to a city planner about my status, and that's when I was notified that it had elapsed and I would need to resubmit. I pulled the listing offline and resubmitted. I made sure I maintained proper communication with the city planners throughout the process. Since summer, it's been rented out to long-term journeymen here working on the Kansas City streetcar. All conditions required of me per staff guidance are acknowledged, and I have 0 issues complying with them. I'm not tracking any public opposition, and I do maintain professional management of the property, as I'm also a broker, an agent, and I have a friendly working relationship with my neighbor as well, and I do maintain security of the property, security cameras on the property. And I find myself here today asking for the renewal of this STR permit.
Thank you. I will now open the public hearing and ask the clerk if there are any notifications who received from the public who wish to express their opinions in favor.
No comments have been received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Let the record show no one step forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of the item? Seeing none. I'll ask the clerk if there are any notifications received from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item.
No comments were received.
Anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item? I will close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. Do any members of the commission have any questions or comments?
Davis, second.
We have a motion and a second. Seeing no comments, we have a motion. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Vote motion carries.
Thank you, committee. That takes us to item A4. It's a request for renewal of special use permit to keep ducks on property located at 1921 Nebraska Avenue. Clerk, please read the item. Or I'll ask staff to give an overview.
This is for special use permit SP 2023-079 Karina West. Renewal of special use permit to keep ducks on the property at 1921 Nebraska Avenue, recommended for approval for 5 years with a 6-2 vote.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. Again, this is a special use permit for more than as of right allowed 6 fowl on a property. The applicant is requesting 8 fowl. This will be their second approval, first renewal. This is in the Northeast Area Plan. Staff has received both support and opposition. There are some old notices of violation on the property, some of which have either been rectified or are not germane to this case. Staff does agree with Planning Commission's recommendation for 8 ducks, no more than 40 ducklings for 5 years. I do believe the applicant is going to request a holdover.
The applicant requests a holdover.
Could you give your name and address, please?
My name is Karina West, 1921 Nebraska Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas, 66102.
And you're asking the item to be held over.
Correct.
Gunnar?
Staff has no issue with the holdover.
Okay. We don't need a motion.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to hold over for 30 days for more conversation with the Wyandotte Conservation District.
Johnson, second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second for 30-day holdover. Any other comments, closing comments? Seeing none, clerk, please call roll. Oh, I can't see it. Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I just have a question. The holdover does not remand it back to planning and zoning. It brings it back to us. Is that right?
That's correct.
And so the stated reason is just for more conversation with Conservation District?
Correct. I received notice this late last night about what the Conservation District's actual concerns were. And the holdover would give me time to remedy those concerns and to provide proof of remedy.
Sorry. First of all, thank you, because it's 5 after 11 and you're still here all for the purpose of asking to come back in 30 days. But are you hoping that in 30 days between your work and your conversation with the Conservation District that you can successfully request your original number of ducks, or are we going to be looking at 8 ducks in 30 days?
So with the Planning Commission, I requested 15 ducks.
Right.
I would be satisfied with a compromise of 12 ducks at this
Okay.
time.
Mr. Hand, what are the rules going to say that we're going to be looking at in 30 days?
Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Urban Design. If the Board of Commissioners in 30 days wants to consider more than 8 ducks and 40 ducklings max, you would simply need a majority to overturn the, 8 votes to overturn the recommendation of the Planning
Okay,
Commission.
thank you very much. And thanks for staying. And that's all I have.
Seeing no other comments and questions, we did have a motion and a second to extend for 30 days. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. Item A5 is a request for a special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 1918 Federal Avenue. Clerk, please read the item.
This is special use permit 2023-081, Erica Schubach with Two Pin Homes LLC. Special use permit to operate a short-term rental at 1918 Federal Avenue, recommended for approval for 1 year with a 7-to-1 vote.
Thank you. I'll ask staff to make some opening comments.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. This is Gunnar Hand, Director of Planning and Design. Another special use permit for a short-term rental, also non-owner occupied. This is in the Rosedale area plan. Staff has received no letters of support, no letters in opposition. Oh, I'm sorry. There was opposition. I wrote that down wrong. There was opposition at the City Planning Commission hearing. I apologize. There is a notice of violation applied to this property for operating without a special use permit. This one came to us from the zoning blitz that we did after the adoption of the ordinance this past May 2023. Staff agrees with Planning Commission, recommends approval for 1 year with conditions, maximum of 6 people on site, 2 cars off street.
Thank you. I'll now ask the applicant or representative to present the application. Please state your name for record.
Ms. Schubach, you'll need to unmute.
Hello, my name is Erica Schubach, 1918 Federal Avenue. So this property I purchased in 2020, and it was a long-term rental rented to a family friend through the end of 2022. When the tenant moved out, we decided we would like to have a place to visit. I am from Kansas City, but I live out of state now. And now that I have a young child and my family is living in Kansas City, we would like to have a place where we can stay longer term. So we wanted to not have a long-term rental because that wouldn't allow us to do that. So we converted it to an Airbnb early 2023 and did not know about the permitting process that was required. So we were operating, and I did not know that there was that we were in violation of anything until we received the notice on the door. We did not have any complaints during that time, and our intention is to rent to traveling nurses and to people that are visiting KU Med longer term for treatment. We are not allowing guests that are doing the instant book that may want a place to stay for 1 or 2 nights. So we are looking for longer term, short-term renters, not partiers that are just coming into town for the weekend. So we're being picky about who can make a reservation on Airbnb by not allowing them to do the instant booking. Once we received the notice, I believe it was in September, we took it off Airbnb, and we have not been renting since then.
Thank you. I will now open it, the subject to public hearing. Clerk asks if there are any notifications received from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of this item.
No comments received.
Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? Let the record show no one stepped forward. Is there anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands raised.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk again, have we received any notice from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to this item?
No comments received.
Anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this item? Anyone joining us virtually who would like to speak in opposition to this item?
No hands are raised.
Let the record show. I will now close the public hearing. Would the petitioner like to make any closing comments?
No, thank you.
Hearing none. Any members of the commission have any questions or comments?
Bynum, motion to approve.
Davis, second.
We have a motion and a second. Clerk, please call roll.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane.
Aye.
Markley.
Aye.
Stites.
Aye.
Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, committee. I believe that's the last of our special use permit information. So this takes us now to the next part of our agenda, which is the Plan KCK Citywide Master Plan. And I believe staff will be making a presentation. This is on the non-consent agenda. So Mr. Gunnar Hand.
Very brief presentation, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, as we've been here in the last couple of months to do some workshops with you all in special sessions. So I hand it over to Ms. Alyssa Marcy.
Okay.
All right, thanks. Good evening, Commissioners, County Administrator. Again, my name is Alyssa Marcy. I'm the Long Range Planner in Planning and Urban Design. I'm going to give you just a few quick slides just to, set the context for us. We've been here a few times before, had quite a few special sessions. So these are things that you already know. I just want to add that this was passed unanimously on the 16th by our Planning Commission. Oh, this is vibrating on me. Oh, okay, great. So we had a really extensive outreach process as part of this plan. With all of the different elements, we really had to get a lot creative. We met people where they were at. We had in-person meetings, virtual meetings, bilingual engagement materials, and we've reached really more of the community than we ever have before in the long-range planning process. In total, we had approximately 5,000 engagements. We were also, Plan KCK was also the cover page of the UG Spotlight newsletter, which went to 66,000 households in Kansas City, Kansas. We had a very, very long and growing listserv that had biweekly emails and a lot of other opportunities to engage. So it's important to note that Plan KCK is a 30,000 foot view of the future. It's a guide that will set the stage for future conversations and for future decision making. So it weaves together all of these threads, but it also is going to serve as an umbrella for things like future policy decisions or area plans. So again, here are all of the elements that make Plan KCK truly comprehensive. It's also, these are all designed under 4 lenses. Those are equity, health, access, and regeneration. And after going through this process with the community, we found that effectively what we heard reinforced the Board of Commissioners vision statement here. So very, very similar things that we've heard and that you've heard, and similar vision. Next slide, please. Oh, okay. So again, Plan KCK is a roadmap to guide our community, guide us to community prosperity. It lays out a destination, community prosperity, and now it's up to the leaders in this room to determine exactly how we get there, given all the information that's in this document. It's a North Star. So with every action that we take, decision that we make, every grant that we pursue, how are those decisions leading us towards community prosperity? It can inform our future budget deep dives. It identifies ways that we can better collaborate internally as well as externally with the community. And I think it's important to note that this is a flexible living document. So as we change, as things change in the future, as we meet unknowns and unexpected things that happen, this can adjust with us. And, as we move towards this goal of community prosperity. And I think what happened today with the amendment to GODOT is an example of how these plans are flexible in living. Next slide. And that's all I have for you. Any questions?
Thank you, Alyssa. I will now. Gunnar, did you want to say anything in reference?
No, sir.
Okay, great. Thank you. We'll now go into the public hearing portion. I'll ask the clerk if we had any notifications that were received from the public.
No comments received.
In favor, anyone here who would like to speak in favor? Let the record show we do have people approaching. You'll have to be given up. You'll be given up 3 minutes. State your name and address.
At 11:18, I will not take all 3 minutes, but my name is Rachel Russell. I'm a proud Rosedalian. I would just like to comment on my immense gratitude to this team and the work that they have done with this plan KCK. engagement. I do community engagement in my day job. I do it all around type of thing. But I think what we saw through the level of engagement, both in professional settings and neighborhood settings, reaching out to students, which you saw the artwork and all of the things I was proud to see at our neighborhood summit, those kids recognized, to see all of the pieces where it truly was situated around bringing community together of all aspects, all backgrounds, all demographics. And so I cannot commend this team enough on the work that they've done. I think it is an understatement that I'm giving right now, probably because I'm tired, but kudos to this team, the work they've done. I will also say, as long as I've lived in this community, I graduated out of this community. We have not had a plan or a North Star that was clear where all of the pages were talking to each other. As someone who does the community health improvement plan work, to see how all of those pieces are incorporated, it was intentional, it was purposeful, and I am proud to be a part of Plan KCK and what is to come for the future of Wyandotte County. So thank you, and thank you to this team for all that they have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Was there someone else that wanted to speak in favor of this item? Okay. Let the record show no one stepped forward. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this item? I'll ask again. Okay, there was none. Anybody joining against virtually?
No hands are raised.
Okay, great. I'll ask the committee if there's anybody in public that would like to speak in opposition to the plan.
I'm not gonna say I'm in total opposition.
Ma'am, we need your
'Cause
name and address,
I'm
please.
sorry, Lisa Walker Yeager.
Address, please.
Address Parkwood neighborhood. I'm not gonna say that I'm in total opposition, but I'm not gonna say that I'm for it either. I just think we need some more clarity when it comes to the Northeast End District. Because I have to agree that Alyssa has done an excellent job trying to reach out, but I don't think that I know in the North End East District area, we need more participation, more communication of what we're going to get clarity on what is going to happen in our historic neighborhoods. Because I am a vice president, I have not met with them. Nobody has met with us. And I've heard from majority of our citizens in our neighborhood that are concerned with their roofs. Now that has been designated as historic, to replace those roofs now at $30,000. And I don't know, most people don't have $30,000 just to sit around. So to replace those windows are an arm and a leg. So we did go through certain things. But again, we're still in the Northeast District area that is distressed, that no one has came to us and said, hey, other than a possible grocery store, we have a pool that has been around for over 75 years. It has never been redeveloped. Parkwood can offer some more items for our community to help our children. Businesses, we don't see any of that. I
1
see
minute remaining.
no development plans from 18th Street down to 3rd Street. And that is where all the history really is. And we really need to get that going all the way to the ruins. So I like to see a little bit more in detail plan. This is what's going to happen, not because we have been told so many things and nothing has ever occurred and happened in our neighborhood. So we're asking, we pleading, our taxes have just went up. So we're paying the cost. And we'd like to see our neighborhood change. So that's why we just need more clarification. That's all.
Thank you. Is there anyone else like to speak in opposition?
Carolyn White, Kansas City, Kansas. Every year we have a different master plan. We've had so many master plans, but nothing to show. Infrastructure, the house I live in is probably over 100 years old. And so we've had some streets done back when we had different county administrator, Doug Bopp. But for as the infrastructure, if somebody want to come in, they want to build, a grocery store, they want to build homes, whatever. The infrastructure is not going to be there. So if there's money that's supposed to come to the inner city, you're going to probably have to start with the infrastructure. Like I said, every year is a different master plan, but I don't really know what east of 10th Street, 18th Street, what's actually designated for the inner city. Trails, we can put a lot of trails down. That's a lot of money, but that's not what we're looking for. We're looking for development. Trails is not going to help me in a desert. It's not, food desert. Trails not going to help me with development. Trails not going to help me with kids that are in the area. I've been in that area all my life. My mother died 4 years ago. She was 110 years old. Her house is still there. But what I'm saying is that it hasn't a lot been done. So what's going to change now with the master plan? Well, actually, are they telling us that's actually going to help us? I know we don't have a community development person, so we probably need to start with a community development person in community development. So then they will have a plan maybe to develop, but without the community development person,
1 minute remaining.
design person, but community development, then that's when actually somebody can come in and see what needs to be done, what vision needs to be done, and which way are we going to go. But if you don't start with the inner city, you got 635, you got I-7, you got all the highways in our city. You can go anywhere you want to go, but there's nothing there. Our taxes are higher than anybody, but we have nothing to show. So what does that mean? We just got land, but nothing to show for the taxes that we have to pay. So if you lived in my area and your taxes went up, but you had empty land, how does that make you feel? So I'm just saying that, we got to start where we start. And that's infrastructure, grocery store, development. And then guess what? Y'all can build everywhere else because you've done what you should have done in inner city.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Good evening, Pamela Penn Hicks, Kansas City, Kansas. When I heard about KCK, Plan KCK, I actually got excited. I had read the Northeast Master Plan and had not seen any indication that there was going to be some actual action placed in that plan. So when you said you were going to expand and include the entire KCK area, I thought, well, surely this time will be included as a major focus of an expanded plan for development in this community. So I looked for that piece, and instead what I saw and what I see in the Plan KCK is again a focus on the downtown and Village West, and the Northeast is once again an afterthought. It is not included as a viable piece of this community and one that deserves economic development. So my issue is that I don't want the Northeast to become a victim of regentification. where you come in and you put new housing in on land bank house properties, and you raise the values of the property taxes of the area, and the people who live there never get assistance with maintaining the properties that they own currently. We have an economic development desert in that area. No grocery stores, no pharmacies, no retail. You can build it up, and I know that eventually the long-term plan will be that you'll include portions of the north side of downtown, and that they will become more attractive to people to come back into this area. But I don't want us to make the mistake of having to pay a higher price tag in 10 years or 15 years, when you have to go back into that area and provide better infrastructure and development for the Northeast area. We deserve better. And I will always remember what Melissa Bynum said when she was talking about Leavenworth Road.
1 minute remaining.
We won't live like this anymore. We need help, and we need resources directed to the area that will provide the development that all of us deserve to have. So I would encourage, although I'm disappointed in this plan, I would like an expansion of the ideas that are in there that will help the Northeast area and areas below 635, not just the downtown area, to become more livable and more amenable to the people who live in Wyandotte County. Thank you.
Anyone else present? Is there anyone else present who'd like to speak in opposition? Clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands are raised.
Okay, I'll now close the public hearing. We have a question from Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have a question. Wanted to compliment the work of the staff on the Plan KCK document, and also echo what Ms. Rachel Russell had said about the extensive engagement that was undertaken in order to bring this plan to reality. Appreciate that very much. And I do think this is another example of a living, breathing document that has a lot of room in it for all of the areas to be embraced. With that, I would just make a motion that we adopt the ordinance approving the Plan KCK citywide master plan.
Markley, second.
Okay, is there any further discussion? I will accept the motion, and I believe I'll accept that second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows,
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane,
Aye.
Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, this ends the planning and zoning portion of our meeting.
Oh, so soon.
We will now move to the regular portion of our agenda, which takes us to the regular consent agenda. Do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the regular consent agenda? If an item is not set aside, all items on the regular consent agenda will be voted on by one vote.
Davis moves to approve.
I will accept the motion to approve.
Markley, second.
I will accept that second. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites,
Aye.
Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, that takes us to the public hearing agenda. We have one item under the public hearing agenda. This item is the adoption of a resolution of intent to issue industrial revenue bonds in the amount not to exceed $11,500,000 for the benefit of Carnation Partners LLC and to adopt the performance agreement. I'll ask staff or legal to make the opening comments.
Yes, Mayor, you read the description and this is what it is. And we have Kevin Wimpy here as bond counsel. Did you want to make any comments on it? Okay. But it's just the intent to issue the revenue bonds. What? Oh, and the applicant is present.
Okay, I'll ask the applicant to our representative to present the application and the information.
Thanks. Yeah, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Kevin Wimpy with Gilmore and Bell, Bond Counsel to the Unified Government. So I'll give you the brief summary, and this again was considered by standing committee earlier this month, but Carnation Partners is a local business looking for expansion of their manufacturing and propose a approximately 57,000 square foot manufacturing facility at 4,500 Dover. The proposals for 11.5 million of IRBs for the purpose of providing sales tax exemption on their construction materials and property tax abatement of approximately 55% property tax abatement. Like you've seen on plenty of other projects, this will be a bond placed with the applicant or developer in this case. And so there's no UG liability for repayment and no credit impact to the UG on the bonds. The resolution also approves a performance agreement that has the pilot schedule and the usual clawbacks that you're used to seeing in these types of projects, including a schedule where they'll be obligated to get underway on construction by next summer and complete by the end of 2025. So tonight, again, is a public hearing, the resolution of intent approving the performance agreement. As part of the other state law procedures, a cost benefit analysis was prepared by the third party provider of that and came out very favorably. And so if you choose to approve tonight, the applicant would go forth with construction of the project and return to you at substantial completion of construction to issue the bonds and affect the tax abatement. So happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'll now open the public hearing and ask the clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in favor of the item?
No comments were received.
Is there anyone present who'd like to speak in favor of this item?
Good evening, Greg Kindle with Wyandotte Economic Development Council, resident of Kansas City, Kansas. I'd be remiss after 5.5 hours if I didn't at least stand up for a couple of minutes and say that I support this resolution. And more importantly, to tell you that this is really the key to economic development in our community, the retention and expansion of companies we already have. In this particular case, it's a small business by all rights. They're going to be growing by another 30-some employees. It's an entrepreneurial spirit. This is the Ismert family. Many of you probably know them already. Good family. They're here. They've had multiple businesses started. Many of them have been here in Wyandotte County. Stream is the one that we're talking about today. They've been down in Fairfax, leasing space, doing a great job, and are now growing and are going to build a facility in our community. Today, the site that they're looking at generates about $7,200 a year. And when they build this facility, even during the abatement period, they're going to generate about $72,000 a year. So over the 10-year period, they're going to generate, almost $800,000 in net new taxes, plus the base taxes they're already paying. This to me is the epitome of what we're trying to do. And these are folks that would be, I think, happy to employ folks that are from Wyandotte County. Frankly, as you all know, we need more our residents to take these kinds of jobs. This is a good company. And we just would recommend that you support this resolution and appreciate your time. Thank you.
Is there anyone else present that'd like to speak in favor of this item? Seeing none, clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in favor of this item?
No hands are raised.
Clerk, have you received any notifications from the public who wish to express their comments in opposition to the item?
No comments received.
Is there anyone present that'd like to speak in opposition to the item? Seeing none, clerk, is there anyone joining us virtually who'd like to speak in opposition?
No hands raised.
I'll close the public hearing. Petitioner, would you like to make some closing comments? Sir, would you like to make some closing comments?
He's our
Ma-
bond counsel.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm bond counsel to the Unified Government. The applicants are in the back room and I think they're good to go.
Okay, all right, okay. All right, I'll close the public hearing. And we have questions from the commissioners. Commissioner Burrow.
Thank you. Not really a question. I just want to draw attention to page 2 on the performance that we look for a 1.3 return for the benefit to cost ratio. All of these are above 2. And I think that says a lot about the opportunities before us this evening. So I would hope my colleagues would take that in consideration. That's a good return.
Thank you, Commissioner Bynum.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to make a motion to approve, please.
Dave, second.
Okay. I'll accept that motion. And we have a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites. Davis,
Aye.
motion carries.
All right, that takes us to our next item on the standing committee's agenda. The first item under this agenda is the adoption of an ordinance authorizing the removal of property from the project area A in the Kansas Speedway redevelopment district. This item was heard by the Economic Development and Finance Standing Committee on November 13th, 2023, chaired by Commissioner Tom Burrows. The committee approved the item with a vote of 4-2. I will ask Commissioner Burrows to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. The discussion was in reference to some of the history associated to the Kansas Motor Speedway. I believe that has been resolved, and I believe it will be discussed here this evening. So that I just wanted to report that the two votes were just have an opportunity to do the research that was requested by the committee.
Okay, well, we've got Mr. Warren here, I believe the petitioner, and make some comments.
Hi, Pat Warren, President of Kansas Speedway, 400 Speedway Boulevard, Kansas City, Kansas, 66111. Rather than spend your time with me talking at this point, I'd like to introduce Aaron March, who's going to provide the legal analysis that Commissioner Burrows thankfully asked for, and we do have your answers.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Aaron March. I'm an attorney with the Rouse Fretz White Goss Law Firm with an address at 4510 Bellevue in Kansas City, Missouri. I don't think any of you were on the commission back in 1998 when I came before the commission asking for this speedway to be approved, and I was involved in negotiating the development agreement. Commissioner Burrows was, I'm sorry. But this development has done exactly what it had intended to do. There was the vision of the commission at the time to see what could come of economic development. The development agreement that was adopted pursuant to the statute then in place. And it allowed the unified government to negotiate what terms and provisions it wanted to negotiate as far as subsequent disposition of surplus property. There were no provisions in the 1998 development agreement that curtailed or restricted the disposition of any property that was deemed not necessary for implementation of the redevelopment plan. And twice already, the commission has voted to remove property, once for the casino and once for Urban Outfitters, because you deemed that that would benefit the community to do so. We're here tonight asking you to do what you have already done twice before and do it on an approximately a 23-acre site at the southwest corner of the overall Speedway development. That will allow for the future development of this property to generate property taxes, sales taxes. Right now, it's vacant property. It's called out in the development plan, the development agreement, as employee parking. It's a green field right now, so we ask that you approve the removal of this property from redevelopment project days so that it can be sold for subsequent development. The question came up by Commissioner Burrows, what about the 2007 amendments and the 2006 amendment before that talked about the declaration of surplus property, the need to convey it back to the unified government. Well, the law in the state of Kansas is pretty clear that unless a statute is specifically called out to apply retroactively by the legislature, it does not apply retroactively. So neither the 26 amendment or the 07 amendment talk about applying retroactively. So prospectively from the 2007 amendment, the property, if deemed surplus, would have to be dealt with pursuant to the statute. That does not apply in our case. We were approved in 1997, the plan, the business deal, the development and operation agreement, the separate acquisition agreement did not have terms and provisions that curtailed the ability to dispose of surplus property other than if it was disposed of, it needed to conform to the redevelopment plan, which is why we're here tonight asking that you consent to its removal. I'd like to point out that the bond trustee and the bond insurer have been apprised of this request and they have consented to the removal of the property, it having no impact whatsoever on the credit rating, the quality of the revenue stream available to service the debt on the bonds. I think there may have been a second question about the Kilo case and its application. Economic development was deemed by the Supreme Court to be a public purpose. That's why condemnation was allowed in this case, or the possibility of condemnation was allowed way back in 1998. The commission believed that this development was for a public purpose, even though it involved a private partner participating in it that would also benefit, but the overarching goal was good for the community and economic development. So back in 1998, had somebody believed that this project was not serving a public purpose, they might have raised a claim similar to that of Kilo. That was not done. Whatever condemnation took place back in 1998, 99. And any Kilo challenge on this development is way past out of time and would be barred by a statute of limitations. I hope I've answered all of Commissioner Burrow's questions, and I apologize. We both have changed a little bit since 1998, and be happy to answer any questions which you or any other member of the commission might have.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Thank you for that history lesson. And it's always nice to see faces that we haven't had a chance to visit in a while. The Kilo versus Connecticut. I just wanted to ensure through the historical factors associated with this property transfer that we as a community and we as a city, as a municipality, weren't going to be held in some kind of litigation associated to the disbursements of that property. I know the bond councils had already approved and that gigs still meet the projections, that the history of how that came about, I think was important to clarify to this full body that we are not going to be in any way, shape or form legally bound by actions taken this evening.
As a further footnote to that, it's my understanding that none of the property that we're asking to be released actually went all the way through to a final condemnation order. My understanding is that, yes, in a couple of cases, or maybe 3 or 4 within this larger 23-acre parcel, condemnation was filed, but settlements and voluntary, if you will, sales of the property were made by the property owners.
Well, I sincerely appreciate Kansas Motor Speedway's approach to answering the question, to do it in a public forum. So I do thank you for that, and it's always a pleasure. So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the commission? Council.
Yes, and I did want to clarify for the commissioners that weren't at the standing committee that the amendments referenced were amendments to the state laws pertaining to star bonds, not amendments to our development agreements. So.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Dave's
motion to approve.
Dave's second.
There's a motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on the standing committee agenda is the approval request of a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a Violence Against Women Act grant from the Kansas Governor's Office. This item was heard by the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee on November 27, 2023, chaired by Commissioner Bynum, and fast-tracked to tonight's meeting. The committee approved the item unanimously. I'll ask Commissioner Bynum to make some opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. we've seen this actual grant come through many times, and this is the 2024 version. Fast tracking so that we can be ready for 2024. We had about a month or so ago, a little gap grant to get us through to this grant. So nothing new here, just continuing to support the good work of our victim services unit. Motion to approve.
Dave, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I will accept. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The third item on the standing committee agenda is the approval of the FEMA Flood Plan Community Rating System 2023 report. The item was heard by the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee on November 27th, 2023, chaired by Commissioner Bynum, and fast-tracked to tonight's meeting. The committee approved the item unanimously. Commissioner Bynum, opening remarks.
Thank you, Mayor. Standard protocol to bring this floodplain community rating system report forward. And we had staff do a good amount of work to prepare this and have it ready. Appreciate that, and fast track so that we can submit it on time. Motion to approve.
Dave, second.
Okay, and there's a motion and a second. I'll accept. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The next item on the standing committee agenda is item number 4, is the approval of a resolution authorizing the acceptance of a grant in the amount of 17.8 million from the United States Department of Agriculture. This item was heard by the Public Works and Safety Standing Committee on November 27th, 23, chaired by Commissioner Bynum, and fast-tracked to tonight's meeting. The committee approved the item unanimously. Commissioner Bynum?
Thank you, Mayor. Want to make a motion to approve the acceptance of this federal grant that helps support the Comp Point water treatment plant.
Dave, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I'll accept. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. The last item and the fifth item on the standing committee agenda is the approval of resolution authorizing the use of ARPA funds as a local match for the Northeast Casey Care Heritage Trail Phase 1 project. The item was heard by the Administration and Human Services Standing Committee on November 27th, 2023, chaired by Commissioner Markley, and fast-tracked to this tonight's meeting. The committee approved the item unanimously. I'll ask Commissioner Markley for some comments.
This item was approved unanimously and fast-tracked for timing purposes. I would make a motion to approve.
Dave, second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. I will accept those motions. Is there any comment, discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call, Bynum.
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
Kane. Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That takes us to the administrator's agenda. We have one item on the administrator's agenda, which is the approval of a resolution authorizing execution of an estoppel certificate of consent and recognition agreement in connection to the home field project. I'll ask our legal counsel to make comments.
Yes, and I would pass this to Todd LaSalle and remind him if we are done by midnight, we do not have to extend the time.
I totally understand. Here's what's going on. This is about the home field project and financing of the hotel. There is a lender involved who's going to loan $105 million for the hotel. The lender cares tremendously about what they're getting themselves into. So an estoppel is really a confirmation from the lender that there aren't a bunch of problems here, that there's not default under development agreement. So that is the case. I think that's easy to say. The part that's the interesting about this is that our development agreement requires approval of transfers and assignments and conveyance of the property. The lender wants to know that if for some reason the borrower doesn't pay, they can foreclose and they don't need our consent to foreclose. We've always believed that's the case, and so we are confirming that here. The lender also wants to know that if they foreclose, they can then turn and assign to another operator. have somebody else come in and take this hotel and run this hotel. They are worried about whether they need the UG's consent for that or not. So we have given them a limited window. We are proposing to offer them a limited window of two different things, opportunities to transfer to another operator without our consent. One is a pre-approved list of hoteliers. It's some of the top 25 hotel operators in the country. And we did diligence about each of them. We whittled that list down to 19. The other thing we've said is that if it's somebody who's not on that list, but they have at least $100 million of net worth and at least 10 years of experience operating 10 or more properties that are like this hotel asset, that we would be okay with it. That is essentially what this document does, and I'd be happy to answer any questions. Mr. Peterson is also here on behalf of the developer.
Thank you. Do any commissioners have any comments or questions?
Markley, move to approve.
Okay, I'll accept that, that motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any comments or further discussion? Seeing none, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows. Ramirez,
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you. That concludes the regular portion of our meeting, and I'm going to adjourn us in that capacity. And as a result, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn us as the Unified Government Board of Commissioners and call us back to order as the Land Bank Board of Trustees. Commissioner Bynum.
Can I do all that in one motion? So moved.
Okay,
Davis, second.
I got a motion and a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay. With the Land Bank Board of Trustees consent agenda, do any members of the commission or county administrator wish to set aside any item on the Land Bank consent agenda? Commissioner Bynum?
Mayor, thank you. I've had a request that we hold. I need the proper legal terminology or remand back, I guess, to the standing committee, item C2, 1705 North First Street. What's the appropriate mechanism? Send it back to
Yes. but I think
standing committee?
I would request that, given the time prior to that, that there be a motion using Rule 723 to suspend Rule 517 so that we can go beyond midnight.
We have 5 minutes. I'm thinking this
have
will take one.
3.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion. I think we can make it. count.
Okay.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second Johnson.
Okay, there is a second?
Yeah.
Okay, clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson,
Aye.
Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, I believe that we have no further business tonight. Okay, Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead.
I think the motion was just to remand.
Oh, just to remand. Okay. So we still have, we're still there. Okay. So we're gonna go back. I apologize. This is to entertain a motion to accept the Land Bank Board of Trustees accepts the Land Bank consent agenda. And-
Markley, move to approve the rest of the consent agenda.
Davis, second.
Okay, there's a motion second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson, Kane, Markley,
Aye.
Stites, Davis.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mayor. Before we leave, I know we got the midnight rule. It wouldn't take very long, but we do have a birthday boy here today and we should recognize that individual. Our new administrator, David Johnston's birthday is today and he's hung tight with us today. So
Happy birthday.
if
Okay.
somebody wants to lead us.
Well, hold on. All right, quickly. Is there a motion to sing happy birthday to the administrator?
Move to adjourn.
We can adjourn first. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Davis, second.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. Clerk roll call.
Roll call Bynum,
Aye.
Burrows.
Aye.
Ramirez.
Aye.
Johnson.
Aye.
King. Markley.
Aye.
Stites. Davis. Motion
Happy
carries.
birthday. Aye.
Day to
To
you.
you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to you. Happy
birthday, dear administrator. Happy birthday to you. All right, all right.
And I want to sincerely thank the commission for the best gift that I could have received was a marathon commission meeting just shy of midnight.
All
So
right.
thank you.
Give me that. Have a good night, everybody.
Man, she waited all this time.